JoJo Siwa is currently going viral because people discovered that you can go onto her TikTok profile and see all the audios that she made.
Why are you leaving me? I'm gonna miss you.
The audio in the video that I just played is just one example of one of the audios JoJo Siwa has favorited on her account. I had no idea that you could even make that public for everyone to see, but if you want to go see all the audios that she has like favorited, go onto her account and click on the bookmark logo in the middle. Once you click on the bookmark logo, here is where you will see all the audios that JoJo Siwa has favorited on her account. And I'm not gonna lie, there is a lot of them because she's been on TikTok for quite some time. And also, a lot of them are very, very cringy. But I'm not gonna lie, this was a very sneaky smart move by JoJo Siwa because she's releasing a song very soon, and now a bunch of people are going onto her TikTok profile to see all of her favorited audios. So you know, this is getting her account more attention. When she releases the song, she will likely get more streams because a bunch of people are on her account right now. So this was really smart and I kind of respect it, and I'm curious to know your thoughts about all this.
Neymar started crying in the club when he found out that Brazil got eliminated against Uruguay, and it pisses me off and breaks my heart because he cares more than the actual players. And look at this, bro. The Brazilian manager Dorival Jr. wanted to talk to the team right before the penalty shootout, and they didn't let him in the huddle. And this broke my heart because he wanted to talk and no one was listening. And then you just have him looking devastated, bro. And this is gonna get you guys mad because Douglas Luiz, who missed the penalty, he did a no-look penalty. Bro, imagine having that much confidence just to miss. That is embarrassing. And then you have Militao juggling the ball and smiling, thinking that he's gonna score, and then he takes one of the worst penalties of all time. And this is the difference. You have Bielsa in the middle of the huddle, and every single Uruguay player is listening to him. And then they lost, and no one on Brazil seemed to care, and the only player that cared was Neymar. You know he probably wanted to play, and they let him down, bro. I feel so bad for Neymar. We took him for granted.
So the streamer's sketch is currently going viral right now because he made a OF back before he was famous, and it was GAY based content on there. What I have to say about that is I know they're like, everybody's like, who's this guy talking? Who cares? But honestly, who cares? That doesn't take away from the fact that Sketch is a good person according to what all of his friends have been saying. And everybody is so quick to judge somebody else based on what they did in the past. And it's also scary too, because once you become famous, the stuff that you do back then always resurfaces. So I'm saying this all to say, bro, who cares? Like, if y'all true Sketch fans, I don't watch Sketch personally, but if you guys are true fans of him, then just because y'all find out his sexuality, why does it matter what he did back then? That shouldn't change who he is now. I'm just being honest with y'all. I'm just keeping it 100 right now. Y'all need to start growing up. Who cares? It's 2024. A lot of people are gay nowadays. Who honestly cares?
At 11:57 yesterday, we received a report of a man with a suitcase acting suspiciously on Clifton Suspension Bridge. Officers arrived at the bridge within 10 minutes of the call, but the man had already left the area, leaving the suitcase behind. A second suitcase was located nearby a short time later. Sadly, the suitcases contained human remains. Our immediate priority is to locate the man who took the suitcases to the bridge, identify the deceased, and inform their next of kin. He is described as black with a beard. He was wearing a black Adidas baseball cap with a white motif, a black jacket with a motif on the chest, and black trainers with thick white soles. He is also believed to be wearing, or have been wearing, a gold earring and was carrying a black backpack. A forensic post-mortem examination is currently taking place. Specialist investigators are working around the bridge and the surrounding area. As such, the bridge will remain closed whilst these inquiries are conducted. Initial inquiries have established the man with the suitcases was taken to the bridge in a taxi. This vehicle has been seized and the driver is helping us with our inquiries. And I encourage anyone who has any concerns to please do speak with one of the team. Anyone with any information, no matter how insignificant you think that it is, please do contact us.
Let's talk about job stopper tattoos. If you don't know what a job stopper tattoo is, it's a tattoo that could stop you from getting a job. When people think about job stopper tattoos, it generally has to do with placement and how visible that tattoo is going to be. Having tattoos on your face, your neck, or your hands are probably going to stop you from getting corporate jobs. You should also take in the content and topics of your tattoos into consideration when it comes to you being able to get employment. Like having white supremacist tattoos blasted all over you, probably going to be a no-go. Being covered in gang-related tattoos might also lose you some job opportunities. Now, I'm somewhat heavily tattooed, and I've never been turned down from a job that I applied for because of my tattoos. I have been turned down once because of my criminal record. But I've also been entirely realistic about what type of job I apply for. I'm not trying to waste my time or theirs by applying for a corporate job. If you're cool with being pigeonholed into jobs where it really doesn't matter what you have tattooed on you, then that's one thing. But before you get the tattoo, think in the long term about yourself, your future, and your employment. For those of you who don't know, RFK Jr. has been running for president on an independent platform. And as far as being an independent goes, his polling is pretty incredible. Now keep in mind that he is a Kennedy, and his dad and his uncle were both literally assassinated in this country. But President Biden's administration has repeatedly denied his request to give him any Secret Service protections, even though he's had 3 attempts on his life since he announced that he was running. Well, today, President Trump came out and did the right thing. He called for Secret Service protection for RFK. Just now, Trump publicly posted, in light of what's going on in the world today, I believe it is imperative that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. receive Secret Service protection immediately. Given the history of the Kennedy family, this is obviously the right thing to do. And it's not just Trump saying this. Democrats have been saying this for a while, including Jared Polis, who just made a public statement saying that it's way past time. Here's the thing, RFK is an actual threat to President Biden and him getting reelected, and that's why I believe he has adamantly denied RFK Secret Service protections, even though his life is obviously in danger, and that is just not presidential behavior, man.
This is the scene in the Hare Hill suburb of Leeds this morning after a night of rioting which saw locals rampage through the streets. Just behind me is the smouldering wreckage of a double-decker bus that was set alight during a night of violence that only ended at 1 a.m. this morning. A police car was smashed up and rolled over as tensions boiled over following an incident at 5 p.m. yesterday which saw social workers remove 4 children from a nearby home. Hundreds of locals in Hare Hills poured out onto the streets, throwing rocks and bottles and setting fires before the police tactically withdrew from the area. Wheelie bins were also torched as the violence continued. As many as 5 police vehicles were damaged during the disorder. The fire service even refused to send crews in because of the ongoing danger presented on the ground. Today, West Yorkshire Police are at pains to insist that this was not the result of growing tension in Hare Hills, but the result of an isolated incident that sparked this unrest.
New details in the urgent manhunt for the person who shot and killed a beloved postal worker in Chicago. Police say Octavia Redmond, a 48-year-old grandmother and wife, was gunned down while on the job. The suspect fleeing the scene after firing several shots. A $250,000 reward is now being offered for information leading to an arrest and conviction.
Tonight, an urgent manhunt for the suspect who allegedly killed a Chicago postal worker, gunned down while in front of a home. 48-year-old Octavia Redmond delivering mail on Chicago's south side when police say a man approached at around 11:30 Friday morning and opened fire. Redmond hit several times, later pronounced dead at the hospital, the gunman fleeing in a vehicle. At the Letter Carriers Union building, the flag flying at half-staff. Redmond, a grandmother, loved by people on her route who say they will remember her generosity and her smile.
Still no word yet on a possible motive for this attack. U.S. postal inspectors are offering a $250,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction.
A 24-year-old man involved in a tragic tubing accident, which killed a young woman, took his own life on the day of her funeral, it has been reported. Tony Dindia was allegedly driving the vessel towing Kylie Seidel, 24, on Willamette River in Oregon on June 22nd when they slammed into another boat. Seidel, from Vancouver, Washington, died from the impact around 8 p.m., and her family had been calling for manslaughter charges to be brought against Dindia. But a second tragedy struck before any legal action could be brought. Officers were called to Dindia's Sandy, Oregon, home to find that he had died on July 14th, the day of Seidel's funeral. Seidel's relatives and Dindia's friends confirmed he had taken his own life. Photos Seidel posted before the accident showed the duo smiling and laughing just 3 hours before she was killed. Seidel was not usually one to worry, and if she was pleading with the driver to slow down, it must have been very dangerous. Seidel's sister Aaliyah also hit out at the boat driver. She was so innocent and taken so violently because of someone else's decision to be reckless.
Donald Trump has responded to Joe Biden dropping out of the election, and he did it in typical Trump fashion. He was professional, respectful. Just kidding, it's Trump. He hit him where it hurts. Crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and certainly not fit to serve, and never was. He only attained the position of president by lies, fake news, and not leaving his basement. All those around him, including his doctor and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president, and he wasn't. And now, look what he's done to our country. With millions of people coming across our border totally unchecked and unvetted, many from prisons, mental institutions, and record numbers of terrorists. We will suffer greatly because of his presidency, but we will remedy the damage he has done very quickly. Make America great again.
What do you think about that? Want to know more information? Follow me, take you to know more.
Hey everyone, so there's been talk that Allison Chow's mother tried to get Allison committed to a mental facility the day before she ultimately disappeared. That was something that people were saying her grandmother posted in a church's group or something like that. She writes, "Please pray for my granddaughter Allison Chow," where her mother often brings up Allison's mental issues and insists she needs to be sent to a mental facility. On Monday, Allison's mother called the police to assist with forcing Allison into a mental facility. Additionally, there is a court order requiring my son, Allison's father, to check Allison into a mental facility by Wednesday at 9 o'clock. A mental facility is really scary for Allison. I wonder if that's why she ran away from home. So there's confirmation here. Allison most likely planned to run away from home to get away from her mom. But where did she go? The last known sighting of Allison Chow on Tuesday, July 16th around 6:23 p.m. in the Monterey Hills area of California. So I'm wondering if because she didn't have a phone, she was just trying to take a direct path somewhere that she knew in order to get out of the current situation that she was in. She headed toward that area because she was familiar with it and maybe just kept going. I'm following this case very closely, so as soon as we have some new information and updates, I will let you guys know.
Okay, y'all, so breaking news in the Chris Watts case, y'all. Chris Watts has written a letter from prison saying that his mistress, Nicole Kessinger, was involved in the unalivings of Bella and Cece and Shanann even. He said now that she didn't unalive Shanann, but once he told her that he unalived Shanann, she said you might as well unalive Bella and Cece too. So this is the letter that he wrote from prison stating that Nicole is Jezebel, that's what he's calling her, and Jezebel convinced him to do what he did to his family. And not only that, but she was involved directly in the unaliving. She was there that morning, and she helped him conceal the evidence and put the girls in the oil tanks and do all the things. Now, she worked with him, and I've always felt like she was involved in some way. But he's finally given a full confession saying that she was involved and she should as well be in trouble. Now, he said the reason that he's been protecting her for so long is because he felt bad for her and he didn't want her to get in trouble. I just wonder what this is going to do for things. I wonder if they're going to find her. I wonder what's going to happen.
New tonight out of Arlington, a woman has died after falling off of a roller coaster.
Six Flags Over Texas confirms the woman was riding the Texas Giant coaster just after 6:30 this evening when she fell. The ride has been closed until further notice while Arlington police investigate what happened. A witness told the crew the woman was riding with her family and flew out after hitting the first turn. It described family members reacting right after the ride stopped.
Sad. It was very sad. And, we kept telling them to let them out, because they were hysterical. The daughter and the son, they were like, we have to go get my mom. We have to go get my mom. We were kind of in disbelief and we just said a prayer for her. And
Now, this is day file video of the coaster. The Texas Giant is the tallest steel hybrid roller coaster in the world. It was refurbished from a wooden coaster to a steel system and reopened in 2011. Now, this death at Six Flags brings back memories of deadly accidents on rides that have happened in the Central Texas area. Back in 1998, 15-year-old Leslie Lane died after she was thrown from a ride called the Himalaya at the Travis County Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Now to the breaking news overseas, what's being called the deadliest attack on Israeli citizens since October 7th. At least 11 children and teenagers killed after a rocket strike on a soccer field in Israeli-controlled Golan Heights. Israel blaming the militant group Hezbollah, vowing retaliation.
Since the October 7th attacks, this video is the moment the IDF says an Iranian-made Hezbollah rocket landing near a soccer field in a Druze community in the Golan Heights, killing at least 12 people there, with most being children, injuring dozens more. Hezbollah, however, denying responsibility for the attack. It immediately spiked tensions at the northern border with Lebanon, where the IDF and Hezbollah have been trading fire daily. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu currently flying back to Israel after a trip to the U.S. This as fighting in Gaza, of course, continues. Another 30 people killed there in an Israeli strike at a school-turned-shelter. And with all of this coming just one day before negotiators were set to resume ceasefire discussions in Rome.
I-15 northbound near Baker has been closed since 6 a.m. Friday because this truck that was hauling,
leaving drivers stranded for hours.
According to the San Bernardino County Fire Department, now the department says that it's causing a major slowdown in traffic about 50 miles south of my location. Normally there's a steady flow of cars making their way to Las Vegas. At this moment, we are just seeing a few cars driving through. Now this comes after a semi-truck carrying lithium batteries overturned and caught on fire Friday afternoon. The San Bernardino Fire Department and other agencies have been working to move the semi to a safer area with heavy equipment, but officials say those attempts have failed because of the weight of the trailer. Now this shutdown is causing dangerous conditions for many drivers who are still stranded in this heat.
This is a very long stretch and there's nowhere to go. There's no rearing to the left or right.
What a mess it was. Again, all lanes of the I-15 now back open this morning.
What do you think about that? Want to know more information? Follow me, take you to know more.
Breaking tonight, chaos in Caracas, Venezuela. The political turmoil unleashed after Nicolas Maduro claimed victory in the South American country's presidential election. There are widespread accusations of fraud, with the U.S. and other countries casting doubt on the results.
Thousands of demonstrators are taking to the streets across Venezuela tonight to protest what they say is an attempt by Nicolás Maduro to steal the country's election. Venezuela's strongman Nicolás Maduro has claimed victory for a third term, despite exit polls showing challenger Edmundo González ahead by more than 30 points. The international community has joined those calls for transparency, as they did in Maduro's last disputed election win in 2018.
We're seeing a group of protesters in the front of the line throwing the canisters of tear gas back at police. There's a lot of police motorcycles here confronting them. You're seeing a lot of tear gas. The group of protesters back there, some of them told us that they assembled peacefully, and that's when police started arriving and all of this confrontation started taking place.
One of the 3 children killed in the horror Southport stabbing attack was today named as Alice Aguiar, as her devastated loved ones said their princess had been taken by a despicable human being. Her parents are desolate and broken by her murder, as tributes pour in for the happy, smiley girl with a bright life ahead. Alice's mom, Alexandra Aguiar, is understood to hail originally from Caracas in Venezuela, and her dad, David Aguiar, is from Madeira. Relative Karina Aguiar, a hotel worker, posted a tribute to Alice, stating, "You were just an innocent child, a happy, smiley girl with a bright life ahead of you, which a despicable human being took away from you, without pity, for no reason. Look after your mom and dad who are suffering, who are desolate and broken. Fly high, our little star. I love you." Friend Claudia Trindade responded by saying, "Have strength. Let my dear God console the hearts of her parents. Rest in peace, beautiful Alice."
Y'all, this is crazy. This American woman was found chained to a tree in the middle of a forest in India on July 27th. She couldn't really speak, so she wrote a note and gave it to police that said that her husband had chained her there 40 days ago and she had not had any food. So on July 27th, a shepherd heard her cries for help and alerted police, and that's when they found her chained to a tree. It says, Injection for extreme psychosis, which caused severe lockjaw and inability to drink water. Need food, water. 40 days without food in the forest. Husband tied me to a tree in a forest. The woman has been identified as Lalita Kai. She moved to India from the US about 10 years ago to learn about yoga. She ended up meeting a man once she got to India. They got married, and then they, over the last few months, according to reports, had a falling out. She was found chained to a tree. Reports say as of today, an attempt to murder case was registered to the former husband, so I guess they got divorced. I don't know. It's worded very weird. I guess it's because it's from India. It's not worded how I would read it.
Okay, we are just receiving now the full name and first pictures of the 17-year-old suspect that is being charged with 3 counts of murder and 10 counts of attempted murder at the Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport. His name is Axel Ruda Cubana, and this is a sketch of him in court, and the BBC also obtained a picture of him when he was much younger.
Up until now, the teenager's identity could not be revealed because suspects under 18 receive automatic anonymity in all UK court cases, except for in exceptional circumstances.
Because of this, the Liverpool judge decided to lift the reporting restriction, saying allowing to prevent full reporting at this stage has a disadvantage of allowing others up to mischief to continue spread misinformation in a vacuum. Now, as for any other details, including his motive, we have nothing yet. But of course, if we do, as we do, I'll keep you guys updated.
Thanks. Our nation changed forever on September 11th, 2001, when terrorist attacks killed thousands of people. Decades later, a plea deal for those believed to be responsible is sending shockwaves across the nation.
On September 11th, 2001, Ann Murphy's brother Brian was working at the World Trade Center in Manhattan when he was killed in one of many terrorist attacks plaguing the country on that fateful day, leaving behind a wife, 2 daughters, and countless loved ones. It's a loss that will stay with her for the rest of her life. Wednesday night, Ann learned the Department of Justice reached a plea deal with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 2 associates for their alleged roles in al-Qaeda's attacks. In a letter sent to the families of victims and survivors, the men agreed to plead guilty to all charges, including the deaths of nearly 3,000 people, in exchange for removing the death penalty as a possible punishment. In our conversation Thursday, she tells Western Mass News she would have preferred to see an alternative ending.
The 3 are expected to enter guilty pleas soon. Over 200.
Breaking news. Images online this evening are showing a fire at the Sunderland Central Police Office as violent protests continue in the city. Now, these are the latest pictures from the scene of the blaze, with reports of at least 2 vehicles also being overturned and set fire to, as rioters have clashed with officers. Earlier this evening, there was a standoff between police and protesters outside a mosque, where officers had stones and beer cans thrown at them. Now, police in riot gear have come under sustained attack as rioters set off fire extinguishers against them. This is a developing situation. Members of the crowd are reported to have chanted in support of far-right activist Tommy Robinson, whilst others shouted insults about Islam. Now, this, of course, is a point previously made by the Prime Minister Keir Starmer about far-right agitators travelling to certain places in order to cause trouble, including Southport, of course, in the aftermath of the
15 the time this Friday morning. Jupiter Man says he is a victim of discrimination because of something out of his control. And now he's suing the place and people, including an off-duty Jupiter police officer who he says left him with physical and mental trauma.
But the story started last August.
And at that point, before I even turned back around, I was accosted from behind. I was put in a headlock, and I was dragged out. I was beaten at the front door of this establishment, unconscious.
Gosman is suing the off-duty Jupiter police officer who was working security that night, as well as one of the bouncers and the bar.
Officer Schneiderbeck, the bar and the bouncer have filed motions to dismiss the cases against them. The bar and bouncer's motions go in front of a judge this month. The Jupiter Police Department says Officer Schneiderbeck has no prior complaints, nor has been disciplined since joining the agency.
the situation in the Middle East is really escalating right now. Pentagon, they've just deployed additional fighter jets and warships to the region to defend Israel in case of an attack. France, they've urged their citizens to immediately leave Iran. Cyprus said that they're expanding their plans to support a large-scale evacuation to help people leave the Middle East in case the war expands. Poland, they've just advised their citizens to not travel to Lebanon, Israel, or Iran right now. Multiple airlines have suspended or postponed their flights to the region, including United Airlines, Delta, Turkish Airways, Wizz Air, and a few more. This one's... Senator Lindsey Graham introduced a joint resolution to authorize the use of U.S. armed forces against Iran for threatening the national security of the United States through the development of nuclear weapons. You know, as of right now, it is morning in Israel, so we have made it through another night without them getting hit or attacked, so we'll just have to see what happens next. And of course, I'll keep you guys updated.
The shooting happened just after 12:30 this afternoon. Alley behind the Avis Rental Car Company at the Sahara Pavilion North Shopping Center. When two customers renting a car who left through the back entrance of the business were approached by a white pickup truck in the back alley. Now that's when a man got out and started a verbal dispute between the man and the woman. Soon after, the man from the white pickup truck pulled out a gun and shot both the man and the woman. Now police say the woman was found dead in the alley. The man was immediately taken to the hospital. He was taken to UMC. As for the suspect, he drove off in his white pickup truck. Police say they have a possible suspect vehicle that they are trying to identify at this time. Now, police also confirming that this was not a random act, but intentional, as the three people knew each other. Currently, police are looking over surveillance footage as they say that the whole shooting was caught on camera, so they're assessing that. Again, there is a possible suspect vehicle that they're looking at as well. It's a white pickup truck. 3 people involved, 1 person dead, another taken to the hospital.
For an update on the case, please follow me, and I will keep you updated.
Vice President Kamala Harris has narrowed her vice presidential shortlist to 2 people, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Now, both offer very different perspectives to the ticket, but both would be great choices for Vice President Harris. And this is all according to a new Reuters report. Now, first up, you have Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who is one of the most popular governors in the country and more of a moderate voice. Given that the first rally that the two will be held together will be in Philadelphia, many believe he is the front runner. As governor, he ushered in a number of critical pieces of legislation, including providing free breakfast for all public school students in Pennsylvania and free tampons and pads for all public school students. On the other hand, you have Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who, with a Democratic trifecta in the legislature, passed some of the most progressive policies in our country, including protections for LGBTQ plus Minnesotans, also free breakfast for students, and more. The vice president will announce her decision as soon as later this afternoon, so I will provide you updates every step of the way. Follow along to be the first to know.
Where a van crashed into a home, a man was found dead inside, and the man suspected of killing him was shot and killed by police.
Crime scene investigators and other detectives here at the home. You could see the van right there on your screen that crashed into the home. Authorities telling us that the suspect is the victim's former caretaker.
The victim's alleged killer shot by police a few blocks away. Irvine police have identified the victim as John Alexander Bash III. Bash's family says he was disabled after suffering a spinal cord injury years ago and was confined to a wheelchair. Irvine police say a van driven by the suspect crashed into Bash's home around 2:15 this morning. Inside, officers found Bash had been stabbed to death. An hour later, police encountered the suspect, identified as 47-year-old Aaron Matthew Schindel near Stone Creek South and West Yale Loop. Investigators say Schindel raised a weapon at officers, which led them to open fire.
At that location, we did recover a knife. This is a complex investigation.
Schindel died at a local hospital. Investigators say Schindel was Bash's former caregiver.
FBI arrested a Pakistani national accused of plotting to assassinate politicians in the U.S.
His name is Asif Raza Merchant, a 46-year-old Pakistani national who had spent time in Iran.
The suspect is in custody, accused of planning to assassinate current and former U.S. officials across the political spectrum. Sources tell us they include former President Trump. They say Merchant planned the murder of U.S. government officials on American soil, and they say the alleged murder-for-hire plot is, quote, straight out of the Iranian playbook. but they say the hitmen that Merchant allegedly tried to hire were actually undercover FBI agents. U.S. officials say Merchant met with them in New York and paid them $5,000 in advance, but they say when Merchant tried to flee the U.S. in July, they arrested him before he could get out of the country. Merchant has stated that he has a wife and children in Iran and a wife and children in Pakistan. Now, the Justice Department has been working to stop Iran's efforts to retaliate against American public officials for the killing of Iranian General Soleimani. The FBI says it's continuing its investigation.
Chaos along I-635 near Forest Lane.
Police say 26-year-old Angel Zamora Moreno started fighting a driver after a crash and stabbed that driver. Then police say he carjacked other people on the roadway and ran down 2 more people.
Started when Moreno was involved in a multi-vehicle crash and started fighting one of the other drivers. A third driver tried to intervene, but police say Moreno stabbed that driver. All of it taking place right in front of Sethi.
There was a TxDOT employee that saw the accident, stopped to assist, and the suspect actually got into the TxDOT vehicle.
She says Moreno then hit the employee, jumped out of that vehicle, and jumped into someone else's vehicle that got out to help, hitting them. Several people were able to hold him down until police got there. And I am told tonight by Dallas police the 3 people that were injured were taken to a hospital. Now, I have been told the person that was stabbed is still in critical condition. The other 2, they're expected to be okay.
Commercial plane appearing to fall right out of the sky has crashed with more than 60 people on board in Brazil.
We just found out there are no survivors. Authorities confirm all 62 people on board, the 58 passengers and 4 crew members all have died. We do have new video of the fiery aftermath of that crash. You can just see all the debris, the fire there, that smoke billowing up into the sky. We do know that this crashed in a residential area, but thankfully we have learned there were no injuries on the ground. This is the Brazilian airline Vopas. We know the plane took off from Cascavel and was headed to Guarulhos. The plane was flying for about an hour and a half before this happened. You see that video now where it's just nosediving to the ground. Flight tracking data shows the plane began losing altitude about a minute and a half before the crash that you're seeing right here at this time. No indication on what could have possibly caused it.
For an update on the case, please follow me, and I will keep you updated.
Police in pursuit of a serial rape suspect wanted in Massachusetts.
Air 7 covering the pursuit that went on for an hour and a half during rush hour.
Here comes an LAPD officer running up to the vehicle, trying to spike the vehicle, and that might have been successful.
Inside the vehicle, 71-year-old Stephen Paul Gale, who is wanted for crimes in Massachusetts more than 3 decades ago. Gale was last seen in 2008. He was known as the Boston Strip Mall rapist for a series of rapes in the late 80s. Officials say over the years, Gale lived in several states and used a number of aliases. He's accused of the 1989 rapes of 2 women at gunpoint and robbery at a clothing store in Framingham, Massachusetts. The 2 women who survived didn't want to be identified. They say they knew the moment they saw the images of Gale that he is the one who attacked them. Investigators used DNA and new genetic genealogy to find someone in the suspect's family tree and were able to link him.
And Gale now faces extradition to Massachusetts. He is charged with 4 counts of aggravated robbery, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of armed robbery.
Ayesha Curry's baby just got hit by someone from the French police. Now, just to give you guys some background on this, everyone was trying to regroup outside, and that group included Steph Curry's mom, Ayesha Curry, her 2 kids, as well as Draymond Green. And as they were regrouping, someone from the French police allegedly hit Ayesha Curry's baby. Now, for those of you who can't see the baby, Ayesha Curry is actually holding it with one arm, as you can see in that support right there. And right next to Ayesha Curry is their son. Now, as you can see in this confrontation, Ayesha Curry told the police, "Hey, you just hit my baby," and the French police were not having it. Now, they didn't actually do anything until Draymond Green came up to them. Draymond Green actually walked up to the police and said, "Hey, you just hit the baby." And as you can see, everyone is clearly upset over this, especially Ayesha Curry. Sonia Curry is not happy herself either. Now, I'm wondering if there's going to be any repercussions for this, because what they did was not cool at all. And I definitely want to shout out Draymond Green for stepping in like this. As you always hear about stories how French people are really rude to Americans, and for them to do this is just not cool at all. But what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. And if you like this video, make sure to share this with friends and give me a follow.
Hundreds of hotel guests fled the DoubleTree by Hilton as sirens sounded just before 2 a.m. Quiet Cairns streets quickly turning to chaos. Those flames from a helicopter which had smashed into the building. Debris launched into the hotel's pool, part of the chopper's rotor flung onto the esplanade below.
I haven't seen a helicopter ever go that fast. And then I saw a huge, big explosion.
It was an unauthorised flight, but we believe it has taken off from a general aviation hangar at Cairns Airport early this morning.
A flight tracker followed its journey. The chopper seen circling at around 400 feet. It lost altitude travelling north over the esplanade, regained some height, but dropped again as it returned south before coming to a sudden stop. Police aren't saying whether the pilot was a current or former employee of the company and aren't ruling out this as a deliberate act.
Our top story this morning, 3 people dead after what authorities are calling a double murder-suicide in Lincoln County.
Authorities say the shooting stems from some sort of domestic dispute and that all 3 of the people involved are related to about 8:15 last night after getting a call for shots fired. Investigators say when law officers arrived there, they found an adult female and 2 adult males inside the home, all with gunshot wounds.
Investigators say 59-year-old Stephen Chow shot and killed 21-year-old Raymond Chow and 63-year-old Amy Trong while they laid in their beds before fatally shooting himself.
We're told 2 of the people, the woman and 1 of the men, were pronounced dead at that scene. Investigators say the other man, who authorities believe was the shooter, was suffering from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. At that point, we understand the man was still alive. Authorities tell us he was airlifted to a nearby hospital, but later died from his injuries. The names of those involved haven't been released yet, pending notification of family members. Shot in the chest. You guys have a medical kit or shirt we can render aid? I don't have anything.
LAPD releasing new body cam video of a deadly police shooting and pursuit. Last month, an undercover LAPD officer shot and killed an unarmed 18-year-old in South LA. The teen, Ricardo Ramirez Jr., was with friends when they were approached by an unmarked LAPD vehicle. The LAPD says the officer saw the group in a possible dispute with another driver and in ski masks. When Ramirez approached the sergeant, the officer pulled out a gun and shot him. Then the people who were with Ramirez took off. Police chased them all the way into San Bernardino County. The DOJ is now investigating because Ramirez was unarmed.
For an update on the case, please follow me, and I will keep you updated.
She's having a fever. She's sunk. She's in the water.
Oh, come on.
The heart-pounding moment, a 12-year-old boy desperately flags down a police officer. His mother trapped in her car underwater just off a Texas highway.
I'll bring you over there.
This newly released body camera video showing West Orange officer Charles Cobb running to help after 39-year-old Jonquetta Winbush had a seizure, driving her vehicle with her 2 children inside, 16-year-old Breasia and 12-year-old Dwight, into a pond.
My nephew was able to swim out of the car.
The officer running to his cruiser to grab a window punch to break into the car.
Jonquetta's sister tells me she was taken off the ventilator and she's breathing on her own. She's grateful that Good Samaritans like Epi Mungia risked their lives to rescue her.
All just honored with an award by the city recognizing their heroic actions. Diane.
A Russian-American woman charged with treason in Russia has been found guilty and sentenced to 12 years in prison. Ksenia Karolina became a U.S. citizen in 2021. She was born in Russia but lived in the United States for about a decade. She was arrested in January of 2024 when she returned to Russia to visit family. Russian prosecutors accused her of high treason. They say she organized fundraisers for Ukraine's military. Karolina's family and friends say the 33-year-old spa manager and ballerina donated $51.80 to a New York-based charity that provides humanitarian, not military aid to Ukraine. The Russian courts sentenced Karolina to 12 years in a penal colony and have imposed imposed a fine of 300,000 Russian rupees, about $3,356 US, followed by a year and a half of probation. Lawyers for Ksenia Karelina say she plans to appeal the court's decision.
Monday night was a teenager who was scared and reportedly threatened with a gun.
A neighbor in Pierce County calls 911 claiming she saw a man fire a gun and force a 15-year-old into his car. But the suspect had a much different version when talking to police.
Kennedy reportedly called 911, telling authorities he had a person who needed to be placed in handcuffs. But when Pierce County Sheriff's deputies arrived, Kennedy was detained. According to court documents, prior to his arrest, Kennedy chased two teens down with his car near Brookdale and 152nd Street in Frederickson. A 911 caller telling dispatch he fired shots before allegedly kidnapping one of the teens.
He shot at them, got out of his vehicle, took one of them at gunpoint, made them get into his vehicle while he's verbally threatening to kill them.
And Kennedy is facing a number of charges, including kidnapping as well as illegal possession of a firearm. His bail was set at 50.
And girls shot while driving a stolen car in Minneapolis overnight. 5 kids, all within the ages of 11 to 14 years old, were driving a stolen Kia around 1 a.m. at West Broadway and Girard when police say a sedan started following them and firing at them with fully automatic gunfire. 2 boys and 2 girls were shot and taken to the hospital. One of the girls is in critical but stable condition after being shot in the head. The others all have non-life-threatening injuries. The 5th minor was taken into custody after the police discovered that the car was stolen. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says this incident is just one example of a much bigger issue. Chief O'Hara says 2 of the 5 kids involved in this incident were arrested less than 2 weeks ago for once again being in a stolen car. Chief O'Hara says there has been a slight uptick in stolen Kias and Hyundais so far this month, and that he believes there needs to be harsher consequences for those caught doing these crimes.
Right now, Philadelphia police are investigating a double shooting. Investigators say 2 16-year-old boys were found shot in North Philadelphia overnight. Happened just after 2:30 this morning near the East Duncannon Street, not far from Olney High School. Investigators believe the teens were targeted.
It's a shooting with 2 crime scenes. The first along the 200 block of East Duncannon Avenue near the Olney Charter High School's track, where police responded to shots around 2:30 in the morning. The other on Whitaker and Hunting Park Avenues, where a driver of a vehicle carrying the 2 teens shot flagged down police. One 16-year-old is dead after being struck in the head. The other grazed in the ear and shoulder. At least 6 bullet casings were found on the scene. According to police data, so far this year, 109 young people between the ages 12 to 18 have been shot. A number less than last year's, but still an alarming trend.
Police say 4 males or 4 suspects involved in this shooting got away in an SUV. At this moment, we don't have a description on those suspects, and no one is currently in custody.
All day, the Italian Coast Guard has been searching for survivors of the Bayesian. Divers have been going down to the wreck on the seabed 50 meters below. The super yacht was sailing off the coast of Sicily with 10 crew and 12 passengers aboard. 1 body has been recovered by a helicopter. 6 are still missing, including British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch, his 18-year-old daughter Hannah, and the yacht's chef. These were some of the 15 rescued from a life raft. Mr. Lynch's wife, Angela Baccaras, was among them. She's the registered owner of the vessel in the Isle of Man. 8 are still being treated in hospital. At 56 meters long, the luxury yacht sailed under a British flag and boasted the 2nd tallest mast in the world. This was the vessel last night, anchored 700 meters from Porticello Harbour, after sailing around northern Sicily and the Aeolian Islands. It's reported to have turned stormy, with a waterspout striking around 4 a.m., snapping the mast and causing the yacht to keel over before sinking.
I'm standing by. Why can't I take a shower while you stand by? What is...
It's not necessary right now. Okay. I'm not going to stand here and watch you shower. There'll be time for that, but it's not right now, okay?
New details about what police say happened the day a 2-year-old girl was left in a hot car in Arizona and died are coming to light.
I'm sorry this is all going on. And how long was she sleeping in the car out there?
I want to say it was
no more than 30, 45 minutes.
Until her mom came home from work sometime around 4. That's more than 3 hours. The day after Parker died, her older sisters were interviewed by detectives. Several times, the girl said that her dad, quote, was going to get her baby sister, but forgot on accident, and that sometimes you can get distracted very easily. He turned off the car and did not realize she was in there. And those siblings said that this is something Dad routinely did. And we also have a text message from Christopher Schultes' wife, and she's telling him, I've told you how many times not to leave the kids in the car. Christopher Schultes has pleaded not guilty to a first-degree murder charge and a child abuse charge. He will be back in court sometime next month.
This man right here, 43-year-old Steve Tahiha, for shooting and killing another man inside the Gold's Gym on Sunrise Valley Drive. He's facing a second-degree murder and weapons charges tonight.
Fairfax County police say he shot and killed 31-year-old Hungju Choi of Reston Tuesday afternoon inside the Gold's Gym in Reston, Virginia.
Our suspect approached our victim in a targeted stance and shot him.
The shooting happened just after 1. The gym was full. Police say they found Choi inside the gym suffering from gunshot wounds to the upper body. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died.
This is the third shooting inside gyms in the past 4 months across the DMV. One in April that injured a man at the LA Fitness in Glen Arden, Maryland. Another in June at the One Life Fitness in Alexandria, Virginia. That killed 2 men, including the shooter, and today's shooting.
He was arrested that same evening. Ha appeared in court this morning, and tonight he's facing second-degree murder charges. He is currently being held without bond.
As far as the motive, that is still under investigation.
Ring cam captures the moment neighbors rush out to help the beloved dog walker who screams as she's attacked during a violent carjacking. Seattle police say the grandma was killed after she struggled to protect the dogs in her car. They say the assailant tried to push her out of her vehicle and then mowed her down with her own car as he fled. Her banged up vehicle was found a few miles away, along with the body of Ruth's dog, Prince. Police say the suspect stabbed Prince to death. Police arrested this man, Jamed Hain, and say he has 8 prior convictions, including vehicular homicide.
I was shocked. I was like, oh, this guy, he's my neighbor. I see him every night, when he goes to bed.
Tyler Kuhn's apartment window is directly across from Haynes' apartment. He told us it was routine for Haynes to walk around naked at all hours of the day and to always keep to himself.
The suspect is expected to be charged with first-degree murder and first-degree animal cruelty.
Right now, the Manassas Park community is still grappling with the new details surrounding the case of Mamta Kaffelbot.
Her husband, Naresh Bhatt, was in Prince William County Court this morning. He's facing a single felony count for concealing a dead body.
Case, her husband just in court for his first hearing.
The court documents saying that investigators found evidence in the family's Manassas Park home indicating that her body was inside the residence and dragged out.
The volume of blood, they used the words blood pooling. They identified large volumes of what looked like blood stains.
Investigators say they found a home in disarray with evidence of blood mainly in the primary bedroom and the corresponding bathroom. Mamta's husband purchased 3 knives at a Chantilly Walmart. 2 of those knives have not been found. The very next day, investigators say there's video of Naresh Bhatt buying cleaning supplies at another Walmart. They also said he recently tried to sell his home to 2 people. This week, officers found his home packed up, with suitcases in his room, and both Naresh and his daughter's passports were in plain view. Naresh Bhatt is due back in court on October 24th for a preliminary hearing.
Multiple people were killed and several others injured in a knife attack during a festival in Western Germany.
The terrorist group ISIS is now claiming responsibility for that horrific stabbing attack.
Tonight, an urgent manhunt now underway in Germany for the person authorities say is responsible for a violent stabbing attack in the city of Solingen Friday night. ISIS now claiming responsibility for the incident, which left at least 3 people dead and 8 more injured. 30 p.m. local time. The unidentified individual attacking people with a knife because the perpetrator is on the run. The crime scene cordoned off. Forensics teams searching the area for evidence. As mourners gather nearby, a growing memorial of flowers and candles honoring the victims. Police announcing a 15-year-old is now under arrest.
And while ISIS has claimed responsibility, it's still unclear exactly how closely tied the attacker may have been to the group. Police say they're working to determine a motive and right now are urging people to stay vigilant.
Gilbert resident Shanoa Nickerson and her husband were hiking in the canyon near the Colorado River confluence when they were swept away by the fast-moving flood. Nickerson's husband was rescued by a group of rafters. They couldn't find his 33-year-old wife.
Arizona's governor calling in the National Guard to help rescue more than 100 people.
Hikers and campers in Havasu Canyon scrambling to higher ground Thursday as violent flash floods tore through Havasu Creek. The turquoise waters people come here to see turned brown.
It went from beautiful to scary in about 45 minutes.
Tonight, the National Guard called in to help get those folks out. More than 100 people rescued today.
She says the damage to the area is extensive.
There's part of our village that is still flooded.
As cleanup starts, rescues for hikers and the search for Nickerson continues.
And tonight, about 25 National Park Service personnel are assigned to the search for Shanoa Nickerson, with 1 helicopter and 2 rescue vessels involved.
38-year-old Kirk Walker and his cousin, 40-year-old Robert McLaren, were returning home from pre-wedding celebrations when a Chevy Silverado crashed into their Dodge Challenger head-on. Both Walker and his cousin were killed by the impact, and their families, who were supposed to be celebrating a joyous event this weekend, instead gathered for a heartbreaking vigil. You can see there are signs warning drivers not to go the wrong way all around the parkway, but yet somehow the suspect in this case still managed to drive southbound in the northbound lanes at the very same time. After crashing into Walker's car, police say the driver of the Chevy also hit an Audi, sending that driver and passenger to the hospital as well.
He was just trying to come home. He was just driving home. And
authorities say both occupants of the pickup fled the scene. One was caught, the driver still at large.
Walker's family is holding a vigil in Bergenfield.
This is the state's first confirmed human case of Triple E and first death since 2014.
41-year-old Stephen Perry from Hampstead, New Hampshire, went to the hospital with a brain infection and died from Eastern equine encephalitis, or Triple E. It's a rare virus transmitted by bites from infected mosquitoes. It can also cause severe brain damage and death.
Up to a third of people die from their disease, and then many of the people that recover end up having lifelong disabilities.
But they also want to emphasize that this is a rare virus, but it is not treatable. So they say protection is vital.
Where members of the community are now on heightened alert for mosquitoes after a mosquito bite. The most serious complication is inflammation and swelling of the brain. The disease progresses very quickly, and there is no treatment.
Now, New Hampshire health officials also want to emphasize that the risk from Triple E will not go away for a few months until the first frost happens and it wipes out the mosquito population. So stay vigilant.
Reliving August 15th, the urgent call for help at Collins Intermediate in a classroom for students with behavioral issues. The teacher trying to calm an out-of-control student.
When I arrived, the teacher and students were outside the classroom. One student was holding his head, having been assaulted by the student remaining in the classroom. He picked up a chair and acted as if he would throw it. He finally did throw it at me, but I caught it midair. He picked up another chair to throw at me when another assistant principal entered the room. I used the first chair to block the second. After blocking the chair thrown at the other assistant principal, he threw a wooden hanger at me, but I couldn't stop it fast enough. The hanger hit me in my right eye and knocked it out of the socket. I grabbed my blood was pouring out of my head and stumbled out of the classroom door. They determined I had been blinded and currently believe that my damage is permanent.
If the boy is charged, it would be a first-degree felony assault. The boy was released to his parents and must stay in a restricted place.
A Tempe Wells Fargo employee died at her desk. That it may have taken as many as 4 days for anyone in the office to notice.
Tonight, Tempe police are confirming the timeline of when the woman clocked in to when her colleagues found the body. I mean, this poor woman went 4 days undiscovered. It's hard to believe.
And that's a question many employees are asking themselves tonight. I spoke with an employee who said that she shared her perspective on the workplace environment, and they say it's a big building, but most people don't work there on a daily basis.
A Wells Fargo employee went to work the morning of Friday, August 16th and never went home. Tempe police tell 12 News 60-year-old Denise Prudhomme scanned into work at 7 o'clock in the morning. 4 days later, police responded to the office building near Washington Street and Priest Drive for reports of a subject down. Prudhomme was declared dead. The Tempe Police Criminal Investigation Bureau is investigating, but do not suspect foul play.
You shouldn't have been filming my baby. You're doing crazy.
This video shows the women threatening bystanders who are filming it. And at one point, one of the women throws the child again.
It's a crazy scene outside a bar. The time, 1 a.m. The place, Daytona Beach.
There was a group of people sitting right here who say they saw the two women throwing the child back and forth and swinging him around aggressively. When they spoke out, the women weren't too fond of that.
Hey, quit filming my baby.
One woman even offered to hold on to the baby.
I'll take it. I want you to mind your business.
When cops got there, she explains what is going on.
You're tossing this baby infant child around and flipping it upside down.
It really breaks your heart to see.
Police said the little boy may have suffered a broken arm. Brianna LaFoe, 19, and Sierra Newell, 20, have been charged with child abuse and battery.
A security guard shot and killed a man outside a gas station in Aurora last night. Investigators say this looks like a case of self-defense.
We're told a man was in the parking lot last night waving around a gun, threatening to shoot people.
The security guard had no other choice to fire back because the guy in the parking lot was waving a gun and threatening to shoot.
Police said the man came up from behind the security guard and held a gun to his head. After struggling to get the weapon out of the man's hand, the guard took out his own gun and shot him.
In the parking lot, did not enter inside the building. The security guard did his job.
Police say when they got on scene, they found someone had been shot. They brought that person to the hospital where they later died.
Security guard was shooken up because he had no other choice but to shoot the guy.
And the security guard was taken in for questioning. The investigation is ongoing. The security guards at the 7-Eleven are employed by a private company. He said they are backing the guard involved with, quote, absolute certainty after reviewing the incident.
4 train passengers are dead and a suspect is under arrest after a mass shooting that spanned 2 train cars in a Chicago suburb.
The shooting appears to be random. Police say there was no known motive. 4 passengers found shot, 3 dead on the local Blue Line train, another who died at a nearby hospital. The Blue Line originates at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. The shooting happened as the train was pulling into the suburban community of Forest Park.
It's a horrible situation. It's definitely something that you don't want to wake up to. It's a Monday morning on a holiday.
Investigators say surveillance video led them to arrest a suspect. Police recovered a weapon, and they tell us those victims may have been sleeping when they were shot. There is surveillance video of this incident, and those who have seen it tell me it is both shocking and hard to watch.
Now, the Blue Line between Forest Park and Austin remains shut down as this investigation continues. Details that officials have not released at this time are identities of the victims, including the suspect, as well as any charges in this case.
Dramatic new video showing a teen driver going nearly 140 miles per hour. Just a few months after this video, police say he killed his friend, Flynn Mackerel, who was riding with him in a high-speed crash. Multiple videos allegedly showing that driver repeatedly driving well over the speed limit. In this video, he's going 115. This one appearing to show the teen engaging in drag racing, and here driving through what's clearly a residential street. Now he's charged with second-degree murder. Mackerel's family now pushing authorities to criminally charge that teen driver's mother, saying she knew he drove recklessly and didn't do enough to stop it. Had Life 360 on his phone, an app that shows how fast a car is going. The prosecutor's office says it is reviewing the Mackerel case and tells us investigators have submitted a warrant request for a relative of the teen driver.
Georgia, where there's been a deadly school shooting. 4 people were killed and 9 others injured. Of those killed, 2 are students and 2 are teachers. The suspect is in custody. He's a 14-year-old student at the high school.
I heard like 12, 15 different gunshots.
it was like boom, boom.
Like the gunshots were so close to me, like my ears started ringing real bad. Like the whole classroom was smoking.
They're telling us to run.
Cell phone video shows the chaotic moments after first responders racing to the scene this morning.
We went to the hallway that it happened in, and that's when I saw like my math teacher, and he was all covered. I saw blood everywhere.
Law enforcement went in to help bring the students to safety.
I said, son, please tell me you're joking. He said, no, Mom, I'm not joking. He said they shooting in the school, and the shooter is right across the hall from me.
The school, with about 1,900 students, was placed on lockdown. They later evacuated to the school's football field and were cleared to reunite with their families.
An Alabama man died after a doctor allegedly cut out the wrong organ during surgery. His wife is now filing a lawsuit.
I know I'm not the only wife that has lost her husband suddenly, but the loss of my Bill was exceptionally unnecessary and brutal.
Her husband, William Bryant, was wheeled into surgery to have his spleen removed. Instead, the doctor allegedly removed his liver by accident. Within just a few minutes, the 70-year-old bled to death on the operating table. Here's the spleen and here's the liver. They are on opposite sides of the body. You can also see the liver is much larger. Following the operation, the surgeon apparently still didn't realize his terrible mistake.
We do not want this to happen to anyone else.
The doctor is said to have 14 years of experience, but Beverly's attorney claims this is the doctor's second wrong site surgery in 2 years.
And then a hero comes along.
In Lake Charles, the historic Capital One Tower was demolished just 4 years after sustaining heavy damage from Hurricane Laura.
After being a landmark in Lake Charles for the past 42 years, the Capital One Tower is gone.
A moment that will go down in history. Hundreds of people witnessed the tallest building in Lake Charles implode. The tower, which once stood as a staple in the community, is now a forever memory to the Lake Charles community.
You're not here, it doesn't explain. You actually feel the burst right in your chest. I saw the little lights go up, the little explosions go up, which was okay, but then when the whole thing fell, it shook you to your core.
Richard says the implosion of the tower represents more than just physical change. It represents a new era for future development.
Some say this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience they'll never forget.
Oh my God.
It's a daring rescue from a burning car.
Is there people inside? Oh my God.
This driver pulled over when he saw a car aflame in Tacoma, Washington.
Your car is burning!
Another Good Samaritan tries to punch the windows out with his bare fists. More Good Samaritans join in. They grab a fence post and really go at it. Just as they yank the door open, the rescuers bravely pull the motorist out of the wreckage.
I saved his life. I saved his life.
And here's the hero who used that fence post to break in the window, Mohammed Malkawi.
I had the same experience before. I burned my whole body.
You can still see the scars.
I just thought about one thing. It's saving this man's life.
I saved his life. I saved his life.
This former beauty queen is accused of plotting to hire a hitman to kill her estranged husband, a former football hero.
Police charged her in a bizarre murder for hire plot.
36-year-old Lindsay Shiver posting frequently on social media. Investigators say she, along with 2 other men, allegedly planned to murder her husband of 13 years. The mom of 3 and her estranged husband Robert both seen arguing at their Thomasville, Georgia home just before they left for the Bahamas on July 16th. Less than a week after getting to the island, Lindsay Shiver arrested, accused of concocting a plan to kill her estranged husband. According to a police report, on July 21st, Robert told police he learned of what was a plot to murder him, saying he came to police out of fear for his life and the life of his children. Police arresting Lindsay and 2 accomplices. Investigators searching their phones and allege in a police report that Lindsay later admitted to sending messages and photos saying, "Kill him."
Judgment Day for a Phoenix woman who ran down her boyfriend with her car at a park in Sunny Slope. Misty Wilkie will learn her sentence tomorrow and said she didn't mean to hit the guy.
It's hard to watch, but behind the wheel of that Mustang, police say is 44-year-old Misty Lee Wilkie. Police say she was furious over learning her boyfriend tested positive for HIV. Police say Wilkie lines up her Mustang and guns it. The boyfriend flips into the air and lands right on the pavement. Minutes later, people come to check out what's going on. The boyfriend comes to and tries to walk it off, but he goes down in someone's front yard. Court documents reveal he had a broken back and a head injury. Wilkie called police about 30 minutes later, reporting her boyfriend pulled a knife on her and cut her arm. She told investigators she got in her car and hopped a curb and drove through a park. She claims she didn't know how her boyfriend ended up in front of her car. She's now facing 2 counts of aggravated assault.
Next, a judge decides when she'll get to leave jail.
I don't want this to happen to anybody else. What I went through, the experience, it was just awful.
A young mom is desperate. She's banging away at the window of her Tesla because her 13-month-old son is trapped inside. Cassandra Pineda was charging her electric car at a Tesla supercharger station in Los Angeles. She says when she finished, the car suddenly locked on its own, trapping her toddler Liam. It was a scorching 109 degrees outside. The danger was obvious. The car could turn into an oven inside in a matter of minutes.
I even tried breaking that. I just wanted to cut that car in half.
Nothing she did or used worked. Cassandra was screaming for help.
She was just all over the place, just saying, "My baby, my baby, my baby. Please break the window, break the window."
When a good Samaritan came to her aid, after a lot of pounding with a fishing weight, he was able to bash in the window.
Oh, I just want to thank him from the bottom of my heart. If it wasn't for him, I don't know what would happen with my son.
Polk County, a 17-year-old Port Charlotte boy is charged with stabbing his mother. What's even more shocking, police in Oklahoma arrested him last year for killing his dad.
He's dangerous. He showed zero remorse. Zero remorse.
After killing his dad, Colin Griffith moved across the nation to live with his mom outside Tampa. They seem to be getting along. But the social media video and stills posted by mom Catherine Griffith hid a dark secret. According to the family attorney, Colin was emotionally disturbed and twice threatened to kill his own mother.
He threatened multiple times and said this to numerous people that he was going to kill her, just like he killed his father.
And Colin grabs his mother by the hair and drags her into the house.
Cops say he stabbed her in the neck with a kitchen knife.
Colin is charged with first-degree murder.
A New York mother is accused of murdering her little boy. The prosecutors say she did it for attention on social media.
They say she poisoned her son several times, each time seeking sympathy on Facebook.
A mommy blogger charged with murder. The victim, her 5-year-old son. The weapon, an overdose of salt.
This mother was intentionally feeding her child salt at toxic levels.
26-year-old Lacey Spears blogged constantly, posted multiple times a day on Twitter, MySpace, and Facebook. She wrote about parenting and playtime with her son Garnett, but also about her son's chronic illness. Authorities suspect she poisoned the boy 3 times back in January.
That I say here accused of murdering my own 5-year-old little boy, which I did not do.
During his last hospital stint, she had unmonitored access to her son, and his sodium levels spiked to suspiciously high levels. She faces a maximum of 25 years to life in prison.
Authorities suspect the abuse may have been fueled by attention, a disorder called Munchausen by proxy.
Yep, a life-ending fatal infection is now growing on ramen noodles, and experts are urging everyone to go to the ER immediately. Citizens were terrified after 5 kids from 5 different families had cooked up ramen, and each of them described feeling like something was eating them from the inside out, and was rushed to the ER and passed away all within a few hours. With the CDC's eerie warning that 1/3 of adults will not make it after getting infected, with children and elderly victims being way higher. Experts were able to trace it back to a horrifying bacteria, saying the infection is able to flourish specifically in ramen, given the way it can be handled post-manufacturing. And there's no way to stop it, as the families reported that once they noticed symptoms like diarrhea and vomiting, it was already much too late.
The recalls are getting real. 5 kids have passed away from eating ramen noodles. Throw those ramen noodles away because these recalls are getting real.
The specific ramen brand is not 100% confirmed, but the internet has its theories. If possible, avoid eating ramen religiously or at all, and my condolences to these families.
An Indiana University student is in custody accused of raping 2 students on the Bloomington campus.
He now faces 5 counts of rape for the 2 alleged attacks that reportedly happened less than a week apart.
Where the suspect, 20-year-old Noah Apgar, was a member. Now 2 women have come forward saying that Apgar raped and choked them despite them telling him to stop. And according to court records, one of the assaults happened after a party on Frat Row where the victim met up with Apgar at the SAE house. The victim told police that Apgar ripped off her clothes and began choking and sexually assaulting her in the bathroom. Video obtained by police shows the victim running away while screaming and crying after the attack. She immediately reported the incident to IUPD, who set out a campus alert later that day. And just 2 days later, another victim of Apgar's came forward, telling police that he came into her sorority house and attacked her.
It's strength in numbers. It becomes a lot less scary, a lot more like it's not just going to be focused on me. There's other people involved.
We finally have an update on the teen girl who shot her mom in the face 3 times, and what she did after is insane. And I wish I was the person that I was 5 minutes ago before I watched this video. This 14-year-old girl, Carly Madison Gregg, walks into her home where she looks around to just make sure that it is just her mom home. She goes into the other room, comes back over here to get the gum. And what happens next makes me sick to my stomach. She goes and looks around and walks into her mom's room. What happens next is even more crazier. Right after doing what she did to her mom, she goes on her phone. And what happened is that she got on her mom's phone and texted her stepfather to lure him home. This is where it gets more insaner. The reason that it seemed like she did this, that her mom confronted her about marijuana use on the way home from school that day. I've been mad at my mom, but never enough where I'd shoot her in the face. This is all alleged. Did she go to prison?
2-year-old Isaiah Weitzel was seriously hurt in a car wreck, but police say it was no accident. His own father, 29-year-old Nathan Weitzel, is accused of trying to kill his son because he just didn't want to be a dad. Police say the boy's father deliberately crashed his car at 75 miles per hour into 2 parked vehicles. The boy wasn't in a car seat. He wasn't even wearing a seatbelt. Witnesses say that after the crash, they were shocked to see the father not comfort his injured son, but actually hit him.
Hi, car accident. Any injuries? Yes, there's a person inside. His head is down. I hear a baby crying. Do you know how old the baby is? It looks like 2 or 3. The baby has blood on him. Okay, I'm going to call rescue, okay? The man's hitting the child who's crying, so call social services too. Wait, why is he doing that? Because the baby's crying in his ear.
Nathan Weitzel admitted to them he wanted to kill his son because, quote, being a father was a big responsibility and he did not think he was man enough to raise a child, end quote.
I'm being followed by 3 men to my home. I told them to leave me alone and they won't stop following me. They're following me to my house right now, actually.
It began, police say, when 35-year-old Sarah Morales, a pregnant librarian, swerved into traffic and intentionally hit a speeding biker.
911, where's your emergency?
This woman hit me with her car and fled the scene, and me and 2 other people chased her down.
A witness told police that the incident escalated when the biker became aggressive, yelled, and started driving next to the librarian. She, in turn, bumped into the bike. You can hear the panic in Sarah Morales' voice as the bikers follow her to her home outside Orlando. Sarah's mom, Doreen, remembers her daughter running inside the house and grabbing a gun. When she came back outside, the bikers say Sarah pointed her gun at them. One biker opened fire. Sarah was hit 3 times in the stomach and chest.
This is where she went down, right here.
After a man leaving a restaurant in Koreatown is hit by a woman on an e-scooter.
In the video, you can see the collision. 2 people riding their scooters on the sidewalk on James Wood Boulevard in Koreatown. One of them crashes into a man as he is walking.
The collision sent Donnie to the ground, where he hit his head on the concrete.
She just felt really helpless and scared because she said he's bleeding out on the sidewalk and she's looking for her phone, trying to assist him. And these people, they didn't even help her or offer help, but they left.
Donnie's niece says he initially declined to go to the hospital because he didn't want anyone to make a big fuss about him being hurt. But as soon as he got home, he started vomiting, a telltale sign of a traumatic brain injury. Donnie was declared brain dead and taken off of life support.
It's a horrible accident. She didn't mean to, but she crashed into him and she took off.
Police classified it as a felony hit and run. Legal expert Royal Oak says the woman riding the scooter could face the same charges as if she was driving a car.
A new law will ban plastic bags at grocery stores starting in 2026.
Plastic went up by nearly 50% from 2014 to 2022. So under the law just signed by Governor Gavin Newsom, all plastic bags will be banned in 2026. The California Public Interest Research Group says an incredibly low number of shoppers actually reuse the plastic bags currently offered.
Unsurprisingly, people were just not really reusing these. So we actually did a survey where we stood outside grocery stores and counted how many people walked into the store with one of these bags to reuse them. And we found only 2% of the people we counted actually brought one of these bags back.
So the ban goes into effect on January 1st, 2026. But if you still have all of these bags at home, you can still use them. They just will not be offered inside the stores. Instead, you'll be asked to use paper bags or those reusable totes if you bring them in or if they sell them.
There are more brothels than there are bodegas in this community.
Some say the area surrounding 3 elementary schools in Jackson Heights and Corona looks more like a red light district these days than a place for children.
We have an active 24-hour brothel across the street from 2 elementary schools. Our kids are seeing this. This is not acceptable.
In this Corona Queens neighborhood, former New York City Councilman Hiram Montserrat says the solicitation is blatant, often happening in broad daylight at Roosevelt Avenue and 99th, and there are 2 other schools nearby. Kids have to walk by women soliciting outside of stores.
You literally have to shield their eyes because the open urination is just impossible. And to explain to my little grandson why there's women here shaking and, doing all of that stuff.
Just last week, the NYPD raided a storefront near Roosevelt Avenue and K Street that was allegedly being used as a brothel.
It's not fair to our kids. I want my grandson to be a kid again, to be able to enjoy it like I did. Explosion at the Santa Maria courthouse. We're learning at least 6 people were hurt after police urging anyone nearby to avoid the area due to being deemed unsafe at this hour.
And when we came out in front, I noticed there was like a sweater or something that was like smoldering and looking like it was almost on fire.
Investigators believe an explosive device was intentionally set. The blast prompted the immediate evacuation and closure of the entire complex and other city buildings nearby.
This morning, it was shortly after court was in session. We then heard from witnesses who heard a loud bang. That's when the bailiff, they were told, began escorting people out of the courthouse. Once outside, they saw something on fire, heard people screaming. That witness says a security guard says they saw an individual throw a backpack into the courthouse when it went off. But again, Kira, that suspect in custody. And again, they're searching that area to deem everything, make sure it's safe.
Authorities say a suspect is in custody. Those hurt are said to have non-life-threatening injuries.
The sheriff here is adding extra patrols at courthouses.
This mother was arrested at Disneyland after lying about her children's ages. According to Anaheim police, the woman in the video allegedly tried to pass off her 2 daughters as being under 2 years old in order to get them in for free, but they were clearly well over 2. The woman was taken into custody and cited for obstructing a peace officer for refusing to provide identification. Police also said that the woman is suspected of doing this before. Multiple videos show the mother being put into handcuffs and being escorted out of the Anaheim park as her crying children screamed and held on. The footage also shows the woman yelling obscenities while the police and park personnel boot her out of Disney's California Adventure. the suspect repeatedly shouts that they are hurting her. And then the other angle that has gone viral makes the whole thing even more upsetting when you see the woman's children are clinging on to her and crying out for help.
Terrifying pit bull attack caught on camera. A couple in Pomona say they were simply out walking their Yorkies when this dog came out of nowhere and attacked. The couple says the pit bull's owner allows this dog to roam free in the neighborhood and has been a danger for months now.
And they're worried the dog could attack small children.
Their big concern now is for the children in the neighborhood.
The dog just didn't want to stop. It just kept going and going.
That's Brian Garcia, and that's his right hand. 5 days after he says a neighbor's pit bull in Pomona bit him while he, his wife, and their 3 Yorkies were out for a walk Saturday morning.
I felt it and I saw it, but I guess I just had my adrenaline rush, so I was still pushing it away.
Neighbors saying they aren't surprised by the incident and that the dog and its owner have been a nuisance for months.
Every time I walk down the street, but it's scary. It's very scary.
This neighborhood is a lot of families. Next time it might not just be a little bite. It might be a child fighting for its life.
An unfolding catastrophe in Asheville, North Carolina. Homes and buildings swept away by raging floodwaters that have submerged the town.
It's beyond anything I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Parts of the town not underwater, completely cut off. A similar scene in the town of Chimney Rock, virtually wiped off the map by floodwaters.
Chimney Rock's gone. Flowering Bridge is gone.
Damage from Helene, which just moved through that region, is just indescribable all across the southeast, and the death toll is continuing to go up. Some people are still missing.
After making landfall in Florida Thursday night, Helene traveled inland, dumping as much as 30 inches of rain in the North Carolina mountains, causing life-threatening floods and at least a dozen landslides.
I don't think anyone was prepared for it. I don't think anyone thought it would be this bad.
The governor says more than 500 National Guard members are now working alongside local emergency responders,
conducting search and rescue missions, delivering needed supplies, and working to restore infrastructure.
The city's water system severely damaged. Repairs could take weeks. A boil water advisory is in effect for those with water. In Tennessee, homes and businesses also destroyed. Video from above shows entire neighborhoods underwater. And in Virginia's Pulaski County, this large debris field floating in floodwater. In Florida's Big Bend region, where Helene made landfall as a powerful Category 4 storm,
we learned police did not find human remains or animal remains after using both shovels and heavy-duty equipment to dig.
Well, neighbors telling 10 TV that it's normally a quiet area, but today, anything but that. There were people lining the streets who had learned about this story through TikTok, and we have some drone video from earlier today. You can see Columbus police having dozens of officers out there also digging for that rug. They were using shovels at first, and at one point, an officer was chest deep inside that hole. 10 TV also saw police taking out pieces of the rug, which was mentioned in that viral TikTok. 10 TV's Tara Jabor spoke with neighbors after police announced nothing was found.
It's a tight-knit community. There are 86 homes out here, and we all pretty much know each other. This community has been here since 1965. And so that's only the second homeowner of that home, and those people were very quiet.
Relieved. This all is crazy, and it's weird that it all comes from like a TikTok.
Evil. Mom and girlfriend allegedly killed 8-year-old, hid his body in attic. Chaos erupts as authorities arrest a woman in connection to a young boy's murder, just 24 hours prior to the arrest, when police in Columbus, Ohio, were dispatched to a local home on reports of a missing child. During a frantic 911 call, Londa Wilder reported that her 8-year-old son, Martonio Wilder, ran away from home. That's when they made a chilling discovery. Martonio's body, hidden in a trash bag and sleeping bag cover inside the attic. The coroner noted a devastating finding. Martonio had a deep compression on his neck, visible bruises around his eyes, nose, and mouth, and lacerations on his face and back, and was abnormally thin. His death was ruled a homicide. Both were arrested and charged with murder, endangering children, felonious assault, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. A judge set John O'Lowe's bond at $125 million and Londa Wilder's bond at $2 million.
This upscale New York neighborhood is reeling today after a well-liked mom was found stabbed to death, stuffed in a hockey bag on the sidewalk. Tonight, the NYPD says the woman was slain in the basement, stabbed 60 times. The killer stuffing her body inside a hockey bag like this one. This eerie surveillance image shows the suspected killer wheeling the hockey bag away from the house at 4:30 a.m. Leaving a trail of blood, he dumped the hockey bag right here, about a half mile from the house. A neighbor found it after his dogs sniffed the remains.
When they hear of a person or a victim that's stabbed 60 times, it's clear that there was a vengeful hate. So one may focus on this being a crime of passion, but ultimately this was someone that had a true axe to grind.
According to one report, the killer used the victim's cell phone to send Gall's husband, Howard Klein, threatening text messages. Your wife sent me to jail some years ago. I'm back. Your whole family is next.
It tells me that this was not a well thought out plan, and that works to our advantage. When we don't have planned out actions, oftentimes criminals make critical errors.
She's in agony with burns over 30% of her body.
Her legs are all burned off, like their skin coming completely off her legs from the degree of the burns.
Her husband is at her side in the police body cam footage. He tells the cop what's to blame for his wife's injuries. It was scalding coffee.
He went to hand her the coffee and dumped in her lap.
It happened at a Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru when she ordered 3 black coffees to go. An employee came outside to hand a tray holding the coffees through the window of her car.
Before I could even get the cup carrier from his hands, it just was falling forward.
Samantha Picklo told us her pants absorbed the spilled coffee and were making the burns worse, so she ripped them off. Then she called 911. Cops in Delran, New Jersey head inside to question the man who served the coffee. He claims Samantha was eating something, grabbed the coffee with one hand, and spilled the coffee herself. Samantha has filed a lawsuit. She and her lawyer, Paul D'Amato, want Dunkin' Donuts to change their trays from this to this.
Horror in this upscale neighborhood. A woman wielding a pickaxe smashes in windows. Behind the windows, a newborn baby is sleeping. That scream is from the infant's grandmother who's babysitting. It's a terrifying attack. The assailant, armed with the axe, is wearing a fancy floral skirt. Cops say she's 65 years old. She returns with her axe not once, not twice, but 3 times to this home in Pasadena, California.
Questions?
And listen to this threat.
Questions, anyone? I'll be back. Get out.
Today, 8 broken windows behind me are boarded up. The family who just moved in and put their life savings into their dream home now says they're too frightened to come back.
Look at the giant shards of glass in the baby's bassinet.
The axe-wielding woman lives here just around the corner. A neighbor told me she appears to have mental health issues.
Police say the attack appeared to be random and that the woman was having some sort of mental health crisis.
The human remains that were found inside a freezer in Grand Junction, Colorado earlier this year are those of Amanda Overstreet, who was only 16 years old. The human remains were discovered back in January after the previous homeowners offered to leave behind a freezer for the new homeowners, and when they opened that freezer, that's when they found the human remains. Inside the freezer was a head and forearms with hands still attached. The last time Amanda had been seen or heard from was in April of 2005. Even more heartbreaking, she was never reported missing by anybody. Apparently, she has siblings who were very young at the time of her disappearance, and she had loved ones in Texas who had been asking questions and looking for her for years. Police are investigating this as a homicide, and the people who owned the home before were her biological parents. She was 16 years old in 2005 when she passed away. It's been nearly 20 years since that happened. Let's pray that she gets the justice that she deserves.
The young man accused of killing a Melbourne model in the car park of a Kooyong dance party was allegedly drunk and high on drugs when he got behind the wheel. Police say his reckless decision cost the 24-year-old her life.
Police allege the driver behind the wheel was 23-year-old Connor Matheson. Detectives claim he was almost 4 times over the legal limit and had cannabis in his system after attending an illegal rave under the Monash Freeway on Saturday night. Police say he reversed out of a car parking space at speed before accelerating into a group of people. Miss Hodder was dragged under the vehicle. Her friend also struck. Mitch, the 26-year-old friend of Miss Hodder, who was also hit, remains here in hospital. She will undergo reconstructive surgery on both of her ankles. Mr. Matheson was charged with a number of serious dangerous driving offences. Mr. Matheson applied for bail, his lawyer promising the court he will attend rehab and his father would provide a $100,000 surety.
The woman convicted almost 30 years ago of killing her children by driving them into a South Carolina lake. Now, there could be trouble for her efforts to get parole. Channel 9's.
But this latest internal incident is happening very close to a hearing to decide whether she deserves to be paroled. Susan Smith's case made national headlines in October of 1994. Smith made up a story telling police a black man had carjacked her and stolen her car with her 2 little boys strapped in their car seats. A national manhunt ensued. Eventually, though, Smith confessed that she had driven the car into the lake. Smith was sentenced to life in prison for killing her sons. Smith was engaging in telephone calls with the documentary filmmaker about her crimes. Quote, Smith agreed to provide the filmmaker with contact information for friends. The filmmaker also deposited money into Smith's account. State officials say she is still eligible for parole on November 4th. It remains to be seen if this new disciplinary action plays a role in that eligibility.
A 6-year-old girl who was abducted more than 2 years ago is found alive. Paisley Schultes was 4 years old when she was reported missing from Cayuga Heights, New York in 2019. Recently, police got a tip to search a home 160 miles east in the town of Saugerties, New York. This is what they found behind the stairs. After hours of going up and down them, one detective felt something was off and looked closer. Between the cracks of the boards, he saw a blanket.
And when they got more boards off, they found the little girl Paisley and her biological mother Kimberly Cooper hiding in that location.
Police say Paisley was abducted by her biological parents, Kimberly Cooper and Kurt Schultes Jr., when they learned authorities were going to remove the child from the house and given custody to a new legal guardian. They were arrested along with Kirk Schultes Sr. in connection with Paisley's disappearance.
I'm concerned about why our officers could walk up and down the stairs so many times and the child not make a sound, the mother not say anything. So I'm kind of concerned about what kind of information was conveyed to that little girl about the police.
This morning, a retired NYPD detective shot and killed his wife, then turned the gun on himself.
It's pretty shocking, sad that somebody's that desperate.
It was around 7 this morning when one of the couple's 3 children called 911. Yonkers police responded and immediately tried to render aid to Arlene O'Neill, who had been shot several times, but the 47-year-old died of her injuries.
She was wonderful. She's been here for 20 years. Wonderful. Everyone loved her.
Arlene O'Neill was a longtime teacher in the Eastchester School District, a 5th grade teacher at Ann Hutchinson School. Her husband, Sean O'Neill, retired last year after serving more than 30 years with the NYPD. The 54-year-old former detective was last assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. In a statement, the superintendent of Eastchester Schools says the district has mobilized its crisis team, as well as resources from neighboring districts to provide comfort to students, faculty, and other staff members as they process this news. And again, the 3 O'Neill children home at the time they were not physically harmed. They're now in the care of other family members.
A multi-day search effort for a missing hiker and her dog came to a close this evening in Pickens County.
After 4 days of tirelessly searching the woods and the trails near Horse Pasture Road here in Pickens County, the coroner's office confirms with us that the search for Dr. Carol Poe and her dog has come to an end. Pickens County Emergency Management Director Denise Kwiatek said Poe was first reported missing Tuesday evening by her husband after she went for a hike with her 2 dogs and never returned. Later in the week, crews said one of the dogs was found along with some of Poe's belongings. On Friday, Emergency Management said Poe's body was recovered a short distance from those belongings, ending their days-long search, and remarkably, her dog was okay right next to her. Several people we spoke to earlier in the day were concerned about the beloved doctor who had ties stretching across county lines with EMS and the hospital system. In an area with no cell service deep beneath the trees, the search was not easy. We were forced to hurdle over extreme barriers of large downed trees caused by Helene. Our team SLED and the U.S. Forestry Service as the search ended before the sun went down.
The Pickens County Coroner's Office just released that Dr. Poe died after falling around 40 to 50 feet into a ravine behind Camp Hannon. The manner of death is accidental.
After a trail ride event turned deadly Friday night, Holmes County Sheriff Willie March says all was well before an argument began amongst some men. Then multiple shots were fired. The Holmes County Sheriff's Department got the call around midnight. Sheriff March says the gun used to open fire may have been a 9mm with a switch on it. Owner of Bafumpa Creek Nation says he opened the space for the trail ride from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. He says 2 of his sons were at the trail ride during the shooting, and one of his nephews got shot in the face while sleeping in a parked van.
Before we could get out, everybody was running, trying to get away.
Sheriff March says he and his deputies are working alongside the community to solve the shooting that left 3 people dead and others injured. County Sheriff's Department says they have not been able to identify any suspects at this time. The department also says they've received several statements from witnesses and are working to get more statements from those 8 victims recovering here at UMMC.
At least 7 people killed, 6 critically injured in a gangway collapse in coastal Georgia.
I get this call and my whole day changed.
Elm Grove Church pastor Gerald Thomas had just finished his pastor duties for the day when he got that call about a dock collapsing on Sapelo Island. While he tried to figure out just how many people were killed and if he knew any of them, he also sprung into action, opening the church doors to welcome busload after busload of survivors.
That's what we do. We're missionary, and we try to help people who are in need, and it was a time of need.
Georgia Department of Natural Resources Captain Chris Hodge says the 911 call came in just before 4 o'clock. The ramp at the ferry dock on Sapelo Island had fallen.
Once we got on scene, we realized that we had possibly 20 people or more that had went into the water because of the collapse of this gangway.
Hodge says 7 people died. 6 were critically injured and another 2 were flown to a nearby hospital.
Caused the catastrophic failure of a dock gangway that collapsed on Sapelo Island, killing 7 people and critically injuring 6 more. Authorities say there were as many as 40 people on the gangway when it collapsed Saturday. About 20 of them fell in the water.
Those who died were all older than 70. 4 of them were from Jacksonville. This accident happened during a celebration of the island's small Gullah Geechee community of black slave descendants. Now, the gangway, installed in 2021, connected an outer dock where people board the ferry to another dock on shore.
Witnesses even forming a human chain to pull victims to safety. But they weren't able to save everyone. 7 people drowned. The youngest was 73 years old.
Cell phone video reveals the panic and chaos that ensued as elderly victims were pulled from Atlantic waters on a Georgia barrier island. Authorities describing the collapse as a catastrophic failure. A team of engineers and construction specialists are now investigating precisely
why it failed.
Breaking news, a Walmart employee was cooked alive inside of a walk-in oven. Neither the Walmart nor the police are providing any details surrounding what happened, so I did some digging. The incident took place on Saturday at around 9:22 p.m. at the Halifax Central Walmart in Nova Scotia. Police were called at around 9:30 p.m. for a report of a sudden death, which was later revealed to be a 19-year-old woman who was employed at that store. Customers who were shopping that night said they randomly heard a voice over the intercom saying the store is now closed, and then started seeing employees frantically running around saying there's an emergency before they began ushering all of the customers to the front of the store, where they told them they need to drop all of their items and leave immediately. The other employees at that location began speaking out saying it's protocol to go inside the oven while it's on and clean it. Some people were saying that the emergency release button from the inside was broken and that's how she got trapped, but others are saying that that's not possible. Someone who works at a Walmart bakery said our walk-in ovens have release buttons on the inside. If for any reason you get closed in, you push it and it releases the latch and the oven turns off. Someone said the button was broken, but there's still no way she got closed in accidentally. Either she closed herself in or someone else did. Those doors don't shut on their own and they definitely don't latch on without being pushed or pulled into place. Someone had to turn it on, plus customers could hear her screams. No one could find her and let her out. It's a see-through oven. Foul play, I say. Rest in peace to this poor woman.
Did you guys hear about the 19-year-old Walmart employee who died after getting caught inside their large baking oven? So at 9:30 at night this past Saturday, employees from the Halifax, Nova Scotia Walmart found the 19-year-old in the oven, which was still on. I don't know if employees couldn't turn it off, if it was stuck, or what was going on, but we know for sure when Halifax Regional Police arrived a short time later, the oven was still on. Obviously, police and all types of agencies are investigating what in the hell happened. They have confirmed that the oven was used for the store's bakery items. That specific Walmart closed down after cops were called, and at least as of 9:20 this morning on Tuesday, they are still closed. And I am so sorry if I am mispronouncing this. I'm sure I am, but the victim's name is Gerzimran Kaur, and she had moved to Canada just a couple years prior. This case is incredibly sad and has me completely perplexed, so I will keep you posted as we learn more.
The expanding search for a missing Texas mom. Police are searching a wooded area outside San Antonio for signs of Suzanne Simpson, who they say disappeared after an altercation with her husband.
Her husband, Brad Simpson, is already behind bars, held on a $2 million bond. Now, he's not charged in her disappearance, but for that alleged altercation. His lawyer calls the charges ludicrous.
This morning, a new twist in the mysterious disappearance just off a highway outside San Antonio. Authorities combed through a nearby landfill for days, searching for the missing 51-year-old mother of four, but didn't find any trace of Simpson. Officials releasing this, the last known photo of the San Antonio realtor outside a dinner club she attended with her husband. The photo was taken just hours before reports alleging she and her husband, Brad, got into a physical altercation near their home. An affidavit describing a neighbor telling authorities they heard screams and actually saw the couple fighting before she was reportedly last seen.
She called me up and told me the things that Brad had done to her physically.
Simpson's husband, who reported her missing, later arrested. He's not been charged in her disappearance, but he is facing charges that include family violence and unlawful restraint.
They have now revealed disturbing new details about the 19-year-old Walmart employee who lost her life inside of a walk-in oven, as Canada's national broadcaster CBC News is now saying the oven at the Halifax location does not lock.
Police say they were called here around 9:30 Saturday night to investigate a sudden death. They have not said whether it's believed to be criminal. Sources tell CBC News the oven does not lock.
This now raises many more questions as to why she was in there, why the door closed behind her, and why she wasn't able to get out until it was too late. Authorities said at this time they don't suspect foul play and don't believe the incident was criminal in nature, but they said the investigation is very complex and it's going to take time to get answers and reveal details about what happened. Authorities have also asked the public to stop the speculation and constant theories because it's causing people to post videos like this. And for all of you who are being misled, this is not the young lady who lost her life. Her name hasn't even been confirmed yet. Rest in peace to this poor woman, and as soon as anything is confirmed, I'll keep you guys updated. They have now officially revealed the identity of the Walmart employee who tragically lost her life inside of a walk-in oven, and her family set up a GoFundMe and shared heartbreaking details of what happened that night. Her name is Gursimran Kaur. She was only 19 years old, a young, beautiful girl who came to Canada with big dreams. On October 19th, the fateful Saturday night, she was found in the walk-in oven at the Walmart bakery situated at Mumford Road, Halifax. Gursimran and her mother both worked at Walmart for the last 2 years, and that evening, like any watchful mother who breathes for her child's happiness, Gursimran's mother tried to locate her after not seeing her for an hour. She asked around, but everyone brushed aside, thinking that she may be somewhere helping a customer. Walmart is a superstore after all. Her phone was not reachable. Her mother started panicking as it was unusual for her to switch her phone off during the day. She reached out to the on-site admin for help. As you all know, her remains were found inside the walk-in oven in the bakery after a few hours. Imagine the horror that her mother experienced, who herself opened the oven when someone pointed out to the leakage from it. Police is investigating the case, so we cannot share any more details. Both Gursimran's father and brother are in India, and we're trying to get them here as soon as possible. The family's sufferings are unimaginable and indescribable.
Shot me. Tried to kill me.
Shooting that you first saw only on WCCO. The victim survived, and today he told us he's worried his neighbor could do it again.
Glister shares one family's fears after months of threats and why police consider the case a dangerous challenge.
He attacked me once upon a time. He was detained. The officer showed up and they let him go.
Back and forth for months.
You can't throw a punch, can you?
Stay away. And now a bullet to the spine.
He actually shot me, tried to kill me.
Some relief for Davis Maturi today with charges filed. John Sawchak is charged with 1. Attempted second-degree murder charge, 2. First-degree assault, 3. Stalking, and 4. Harassment. Court documents stating Maturi and his wife reported Sawchak to police 19 times before this for harassment, threats, and hate speech. But the man charged is still walking free.
The woman behind me is going extremely viral for yelling in a child's face at a Kamala Harris rally. Now, luckily for that child, this woman right here stepped up and got this person to stop yelling in that child's face. And it looked like the child's dad was there as kind of like a protester to the Kamala event. He had a microphone right here and was saying some things to everybody. Well, after the video came out of her screaming in that child's face, the internet started doing some digging and found out exactly who she is. The internet found out that she is Jordan Bowen. She is the organizing director for Harris County, Texas Democrats. And this is her picture right here. She is from the Houston area where this happened last night at Kamala's rally with Beyonce. They even went as far as to find out that her mother is an employee relations officer at NASA. People are now calling for her to be fired from whatever job she does hold right now after the way she screamed in that child's face. But you guys let me know, what do you think should happen?
Sarah, I breathe, Sarah.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there? Did you ever believe he could die in there?
More than 4 years since her arrest and now represented by her 9th attorney, Sarah Boone took the stand in her defense Tuesday afternoon at the suitcase murder trial. Examiner testified on Monday that Boone's boyfriend, George Torres Jr., died of suffocation from a lack of oxygen in the suitcase. After the couple had been drinking wine on February 23, 2020, Boone says she was ready for bed. When she came down the stairs at their Winter Park townhome to find Torres Jr. got into the suitcase during a game of hide and seek.
I zipped him up. We thought it was funny.
Boone told the jury after seeing Torres Jr.'s hand sticking out of the suitcase, she thrust a baseball bat at him until his hand went back inside.
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
Boone says Torres Jr. threatened her from inside the suitcase. She testified he told her he was going to expletive end her. Boone's attorney James Owen asked why she didn't unzip the suitcase before going to sleep.
Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm her.
Correct.
The FBI joining the investigation now after 3 ballot drop boxes were set on fire in the Pacific Northwest, destroying hundreds of ballots. Images of burning paper being pulled out of a drop box just before dawn this morning. and what officials are now saying voters should do.
Tonight, the FBI on the hunt for a suspected arsonist behind 3 fiery attacks on ballot drop boxes, destroying hundreds of ballots in the Pacific Northwest.
We do have smoke coming out of the ballot box.
Officials say the fires, only miles apart in Portland, Oregon and Vancouver, Washington, were sparked by incendiary devices attached to the outside of the drop boxes.
Any form of voter intimidation, disruption, blocking of access, or vandalism at these sites will not be tolerated.
Authorities concerned that someone could get hurt, releasing a photo of the suspect's Volvo. This box set ablaze just before dawn in Vancouver, Washington. Officers prying open the box, then pulling out ballots still burning. Luckily, only 3 ballots damaged because of fire suppressant inside the box.
Those who are concerned their ballots might be impacted can contact their local election office or track their ballots online to see if they've been received.
Chaos in the schoolyard. A P-plater was driving past Auburn South Primary when she lost control, ploughing through the fence and into a shaded play area, hitting 5 children.
Unfortunately, she has struck a table where there were 5 children seated within the school grounds.
Terrifying, far too close to home. It's a beautiful school with little kids. It's just, you don't think those things happen.
It happened shortly before pickup. One child suffered life-threatening injuries and was rushed to hospital in a critical condition.
Very tragically and sadly, one of those children has passed away.
4 other children suffered non-life-threatening injuries.
It's devastating, not just for the kids. I hope they're okay, but more for the parents.
Witnesses say they saw small children running from the collision and teachers running towards it to comfort the injured. At least one is believed to have been underneath the SUV. So far, there's no indication on why the car veered off the road and through the fence.
Jack Davies' heartbroken grandmother thought he was safe inside the schoolyard, but he wasn't. The 11-year-old's family, friends and community are struggling to comprehend his tragic death. He was sitting with friends when an out-of-control car veered into the group of grade 5s. 4 children were seriously injured, police describing the crash as a tragic accident. Jack's sudden death is being felt by parents and our leaders across the country.
Our thoughts and heartfelt sympathy are with Jack's family and friends, and our thoughts are also with the 4 students who remain in hospital and, of course, their beautiful families.
As fellow parents try to process the unthinkable. Lucy Bristol's son witnessed his friend being hit by the car. The pair played basketball together and were great mates. And the woman behind the wheel. 7 News has been told her children also attend the primary school. It's understood the mother of 3 recently got her licence, but has a clean driving history. Before the crash, the 40-year-old driver was called to the school for a 2-hour meeting. But what happened when she was behind the wheel is still unknown.
And there weren't just celebrations after the Dodgers win. Violence and looting broke out in some places.
Where a Metro bus was actually set on fire.
Chaos is continuing this morning. About 5 minutes ago, it seemed like a pursuit just went by the scene here. We saw multiple police vehicles following a white pickup truck going down Sunset. So we are working to figure out what exactly happened there. But like you mentioned, it seems like the celebrations definitely got out of hand last night. People doing donuts, even setting an MTA bus on fire. I'll step out the way because crews are here trying to actually tow that bus from the scene here. But there is debris all over the road here. And a spokesperson for Metro tells Eyewitness News a bus operator and 5 people had to evacuate. Take a look. You can see smoke was pouring out of the bus. This happened early this morning around 12:30 a.m. and LAPD reported that a hostile crowd surrounded an MTA bus and tried to set it on fire near Sunset and Echo Park Avenue. The bus was set on fire. Police did tell us this morning that no arrests were made, but people were also stealing items and looting stores at various locations overnight. Police say 2 people were arrested for failure to disperse and 4 for stolen property.
Peanut the squirrel's owner speaks about our government kidnapping this squirrel, the raccoon brother, and then just unaliving them for absolutely zero reason. They said that 4 departments and a judge had to sign off for this kidnapping and this euthanasia to happen. Take a listen.
Then proceeded to ask me if I had cameras in my house. Then proceeded to go through every cabinet, nook, and cranny of my house for a squirrel and a raccoon.
They got a search warrant?
They got a search warrant 4 departments and a judge signed off on a search warrant for a squirrel and a raccoon. And then they took them and killed them.
This man had this raccoon for 7 years, raised it as a baby, tried to release it, but it failed. So they just went ahead and kept it as a pet. They have a rescue for all different types of animals, and they've never had a complaint. This makes zero sense, and I just wish peace and justice for Peanut and on his friends, fans, and family. This is just sickening.
This 19-year-old girl was just steps away from her home when she and multiple others in this neighborhood were shot by someone with a paintball gun. Her family says one of those shots hit her in the face. Now doctors believe that her vision in one eye may be permanently damaged.
They were both on the floor crying and screaming.
The night of Halloween ended tragically for Adrienne Murillo's younger sister, Vicky. The 19-year-old and her friend, both recovering from serious injuries, suffered in a shooting of paintball guns. Murillo says the offenders were driving around this neighborhood on the southwest side, firing paintballs at people.
What they said was that this car followed them for like a quarter of a block, and then it made a U-turn, and then they stuck phones out the window and started recording, and that's when they started shooting the paintballs at them.
Murillo says there were several of his neighbors who were also shot by paintballs on the same night, and he's frustrated by the senselessness of this crime.
That was crazy to me because...
Now, the family says doctors do not believe Vicky will get her vision back in that left eye.
Unfortunately, they said that's very unlikely, and if it's any vision that's restored to that eye, it's going to be extremely blurry.
Provide evidence from social media and all around this neighborhood, but as of now, CPD says no one has been arrested.
A heartbreaking scene this morning here in Thornton. A fiery crash killing 2 parents and their 2 young daughters who were just 10 and 15 years old. The family is survived by the 2.
Late Saturday night, Thornton police say a crash engulfed this truck in flames. A truck that was carrying the entire world of Daniel and Adam Diaz. Inside were their parents, Francisco Diaz and Beatriz Nunez. Alongside their parents, their 2 little sisters, Paola and Natalie Diaz. Daniel says he found out about the crash when he received an SOS iPhone notification saying Natalie was in a crash. After racing to the scene, they saw the flames and realized the worst. The brothers say their parents were kind souls, always willing to help out, and their sisters, they were big fans of Peso Pluma. They always filled the car and their home with singing. Now the brothers dread returning to that empty home.
It won't be the same though. Getting out of work and seeing an empty house. Your parents being there for you, waiting to eat every afternoon.
Breaking news, they've now made an arrest in the case of the man who they originally said was attacked by a bear. As you may recall, the man was last seen on October 10th after leaving to go camping. He had plans to meet with a friend the next day, but never made it. The friend, who we now know was his girlfriend, went looking for him and eventually located his deceased body. At the time, his girlfriend thought that his life was taken by a bear. This was because of the severity of the wounds. But authorities say that a man did it and now he has been arrested. Authorities also have revealed that the suspect, quote, removed items from the campsite he believed had evidence that could tie him to the crime. One of these items included an axe. However, he missed a beer can that had his DNA on it that authorities were able to link to him. Once they arrested him, they said, quote, this individual confessed to the murder of Dustin. Authorities are still working at this time to determine a motive for the crime. Investigators say that the suspect gave his version of events and they are still working to ensure that is the whole truth. Furthermore, they also stated that there is no apparent connection between the victim and the suspect. This case is completely separate from the bear incident that I posted this morning.
Officers mistook an African-American teenager for a robbery suspect and handcuffed him. As Michelle Miller explains, the teen was only riding in the car with his white grandmother.
Come out with your hands up, face away from us.
After ordering 18-year-old Akil Carter out of his grandmother's car, police placed him in handcuffs and ordered him into the back of a squad car. Grandmother Paulette Barr had just left church and was driving Akil to work when police stopped them. Officers say they initially started following them after an African-American man and woman identified the vehicle. They said it was carrying a white woman who was being robbed by 2 black men. Officers then approached the teen's grandmother.
Is everything okay? That's your grandson? Yes.
Police say Carter was handcuffed for approximately 6 minutes. After the teen was released, a witness captured his grandmother's reaction.
That's your grandson? My grandson. Wow.
The family's attorney says even if the police account is accurate, the officers clearly overreacted. The family's attorney says the frightening encounter left the grandmother feeling helpless, wondering what she could have done to protect her grandson.
Well, the search is on tonight for the woman who gave birth, then abandoned her baby with the umbilical cord and placenta still attached. Baby Jane Doe was found about an hour away from Chicago in Lowell, Indiana.
We have a feeling it might spread beyond that.
I don't know. It just freaked me out. I didn't know what it was.
Alicia wasn't sure what she found playing in the side yard. Looked like a baby. Maybe she screamed for Mom.
That's when I realized that the placenta was still there.
She's like, oh my God, it's a baby. I'm like, what?
The baby was likely less than a day old. Placenta and umbilical cord attached.
It was a miracle from God.
The family was just about to leave today when they discovered.
We've called her our miracle baby, Jane Doe.
Sheriff John Buntich on the baby locator.
We're considering her the guardian angel of that infant.
And I really think everyone needs to say a prayer for this mother. She's probably not a bad person, but probably really scared and needs help.
The baby suffered from sun exposure but is in remarkable health and is expected to be fine.
We just learned yesterday of McMillan's long criminal history. The 23-year-old has been arrested for unlawful possession of a weapon and has a pending case out of Will County for possessing and manufacturing cannabis. Months ago, he tried cheating on his drug test. On October 16th, that's when he was placed on electronic monitoring, and an ankle monitor was put on out of Will County. McMillan was the passenger in the stopped car Monday night in the 8000 block of South Ingleside. When Officer Enrique Martinez and his partner approached the car, McMillan was reaching into a bag, and that's when the suspect pulled out a gun modified with a switch on it, able to fire off multiple rounds in just seconds.
After noticing McMillan in the front passenger seat reaching for a bag on the floor of the vehicle, Officer Martinez and his partner gave verbal direction for McMillan to stop reaching. At this point, McMillan produced a fully automatic handgun equipped with a machine gun conversion device and an extended magazine, and fired in the direction of Officer Martinez, fatally striking him.
Martinez was driven to the hospital by his fellow officers, but sadly died.
To South Florida and Miami now, and post-election violence. 3 women took bullets after a fight over the election. Trauma hospital where emergency crews rushed the women.
City of Miami police said that these people were having a discussion, an argument over politics, when one of the individuals took the time to go into their car, grab a gun, and started shooting. That person shot 4 times, hitting 3 women. 2 of them are expected to be okay, but the 3rd woman here at the hospital is in critical condition. We know that these women are in their 20s and 30s. We did talk to a clinical psychologist here in South Florida. She said that elections, it's normal for them to induce stress and anxiety, and that although this is extreme, it is by far not the only case where elections emotions have boiled over. Now, we did see the family here at the hospital of the woman who is in critical condition. While they were not ready to speak on camera, they did tell us that they are deeply concerned. And as for the shooter right now, City of Miami police said they are still working to locate that person.
She discovered a note that read "Help" hidden inside a pack of girls' underwear.
When Nicole Perez bought a pack of Tinkerbell underwear for her daughter at a mom-to-mom sale this weekend, she thought she was just getting a good deal. The Brighton mother had no idea there was a hidden message inside.
Out fell this little note on her bed.
A tiny piece of cardboard insert with 3 handwritten words, "Help me, please." On the back, the name May Ann and a phone number and a location, the Philippines. The underwear is labeled "Made in the Philippines" and manufactured by Handcraft in New York.
I was terrified.
Nicole emailed the manufacturer, who promptly replied with an apology and an offer for a new pack of underwear. But Nicole couldn't ignore the nagging hunch that someone, perhaps the woman who packed this underwear, was trying to convey a desperate message to whoever discovered it.
Clearly someone is reaching out for help.
Your call cannot be completed at this time in the country you are calling.
We tried dialing the number in the Philippines with no luck. Also a mystery, there's no telling when the note was written because Nicole bought the underwear, albeit brand new, secondhand. Consumers have found so-called SOS notes inside packaging before.
Nicole Perez says she'll be sending that package back to the company so they can investigate too.
Grand Rapids police were involved in an officer-involved shooting, leaving 1 man dead.
It happened outside Trinity Health downtown, and it was in response to calls of a man waving a gun-shaped object in the air. Held by Chief Winstrom further detailing the shooting.
Gun-shaped object at an officer was identified as a 38-year-old man. He was pronounced dead shortly after being rushed to the hospital for treatment. In today's media briefing, Chief Winstrom said he believes that there is enough circumstantial evidence to confirm that this was a suicide by cop. We want to warn you, some of what you're about to see may be disturbing.
They came up, they're yelling, and they said, some guy's got a gun, some guy's got a gun.
And this is body cam footage of the shooting, which happened moments after an officer yells that the man is pointing what appeared to be a gun at him. By the time the officer shot the man, Chief Winstrom says there were roughly 10 officers on the scene. Although they were shaken up, Chief Winstrom says the officers were not physically injured. Now, Michigan State Police is conducting its own independent investigation.
On a later date, Chief Winstrom intends to speak with the family of this man.
A new surveillance video showing the moment of impact of a crash in Miami Gardens. At least one person has died after this collision.
Learned from the Miami Gardens Police Department that it was a man who died earlier this morning on this road behind me of North 183rd Street right here in Miami Gardens, which is actually right in front of the Publix distribution center. Surveillance cameras that belong to the Telx building right across from the Publix distribution center capture the moment at 3:12 this morning when an 18-wheeler Publix truck driver was attempting to make a left turn. This was coming out of Northwest Miami Court. In that very moment, a grade Ford pickup truck driving at a very high speed on North 183rd Street and without attempting to make a stop crashes into the Publix truck. The man driving immediately died from his injuries. You can see the pieces of what's left of that pickup truck. First responders and cleaners were here investigating and picking up the debris from this deadly crash.
Investigators think Ryan Borgart didn't drown in this lake, but instead say he faked his own death to run off to Europe with a woman he met online. The 45-year-old was first reported missing August 12th when he didn't come home after kayaking on this lake near his home in Wisconsin. Police finding a capsized kayak and Borgart's car parked nearby. Fishermen finding his fishing pole and tackle box with his wallet, keys, and license inside. Was on the water searching for nearly a month.
And now all of a sudden they come up with he's not in the lake, he's someplace else, that he took out a life insurance policy earlier in the year.
The day after his disappearance, they discovered he'd gotten a new passport last January after reporting his missing. Investigators say Borgart had been communicating with a woman in Uzbekistan and even moved money to a foreign bank before disappearing. Authorities now pleading with him to phone home.
Our whole thing is to get Ryan back with his family. He's got 3 kids, and they really miss their dad.
Watch carefully what this repairman appears to do inside the bedroom of 2 young girls. He goes up to a hamper, peeks inside, seems to check that no one's looking, and then reaches in, touching clothing and underwear. The man was supposed to fix damaged floors inside the Playa Vista home Wednesday, but instead, Jason Cooper says a hidden camera caught the guy doing something far different.
I was enraged when I saw this video.
Cooper says the camera on his 3-year-old daughter's crib recorded the worker making multiple trips to the hamper. At one point, you can see he reaches in to grab underwear, turns, and then brings it to his face.
And he's sniffing or licking or doing something disgusting with my either 5-year-old or 3-year-old's underwear.
The worker goes back again, but this time appears to put the girl's underwear in his pocket before leaving. After seeing the video, Cooper says he filed a police report. Cooper says he also confronted the man by phone, and the man gasped after hearing he had been recorded.
He knew I had video of it. I want to make sure that he can't do this to another family and to another 5-year-old or another 3-year-old.
Charges are filed in the death of a young woman whose body was found in Bussy Woods Forest Preserve.
The woman was reported missing on Saturday. Mount Prospect police interviewed her ex-boyfriend and say he told him where to find her. Now he's charged with concealment of a death. 26-year-old Juan Pio Toto of Mount Prospect went before a judge Monday on charges that he placed the body of 23-year-old Atalia Pucheta Martinez in the Bussy Woods Forest Preserve Saturday. Police had located the the body and then interviewed Toto. They say he told them they had an argument on the parking lot of the apartment complex where they lived. She allegedly fell and hit her head. He said he put her in the back seat of his car and drove her to Bussey Woods, where he left her body. Toto is charged with a Class 4 felony, concealment of a death. He was released on electronic monitoring because police say under the Pretrial Fairness Act, concealing a death is not a detainable offense. After the medical examiner's investigation, there could be more charges. In Mount Prospect, Joni Lum, Fox 32 Chicago.
Breaking news, 4 people have been arrested after dressing up like a bear to create insurance fraud. The suspect told their insurance company that a bear entered their 2010 Rolls-Royce and caused interior damage to the vehicle. The suspect provided video footage to the insurance company which showed the quote alleged bear in the vehicle. Then upon further scrutiny of the video, the insurance company determined that the bear was actually a person in a costume. To prove that it was actually a person in a bear suit, the state agency had a biologist from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife review the quote 3 bear videos. A state biologist was able to determine that it was quote clearly a human in a bear suit. Detectives then found 2 more insurance claims with 2 different insurance companies from the same suspects. Those claims also involved 2 vehicles, both were a Mercedes. They also used the bear costume to make it look like the bear had damaged and entered the interior of these vehicles. That is when detectives obtained a search warrant for the home, and during the search, they found the bear suit in the home. As of Wednesday, all 4 suspects have been arrested and charged with the above. To stay up to date on this case, make sure you click the playlist below. I'll keep you guys updated. What do you think? Drop in the comments.
Head that washed ashore on Key Biscayne.
Police now say it belonged to a missing swimmer.
Nicole and Calvin, Victor Castañeda was 19 years old. This past Saturday, he was caught up by a rip current and he was helping his sister, but he never resurfaced. A few days later, a head washed ashore in Key Biscayne. So now detectives with the Miami-Dade Police Department, including his family members, have all confirmed that the head belonged to Victor. Victor is credited for saving his younger sister, who was also caught up in that same rip current. She survived and he disappeared. So immediately after, Miami Beach and Miami-Dade Fire Rescue started searching for him. This past Tuesday, a human head washed up on the beach in Key Biscayne, and Miami-Dade detectives since then have been hard at work along with the medical examiner to determine the identity of that human head. This evening, the Miami-Dade Police Department, the Miami Beach Police Department, and his family members. We know by his family members that tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. in South Point Beach, there will be a vigil and a celebration of life for Victor Castañeda, who was 19 years of age.
Police body camera video shows the moment Brittany Patterson was arrested for letting her 10-year-old son walk into town by himself.
What am I under arrest for?
For reckless endangerment.
And how was I recklessly endangering my child?
We're not talking about it.
On October 30th, Patterson said she took one of her children to the doctor. In the meantime, her son, Soren, who since turned 11, decided to walk less than a mile into town from their home in rural Mineral Bluff, Georgia. While out, Patterson got a call from the sheriff's department, worried that Soren was walking alone.
I wasn't concerned. I wasn't, panicking or concerned because it's just a short walk from our house. He knows how to get home. He knows how to get there.
Authorities dropped Soren off at home, and 5 hours later, they returned.
Call mommy and tell them they're taking you to jail because you decided to walk down the street.
Let go of your hands. That's not his fault.
Yeah, call mommy.
You're the mother. That's your responsibility.
Last time I checked, it wasn't illegal for a kid to walk to the store.
So. It is when they're 10 years old.
Patterson was booked on suspicion of reckless conduct, a charge that could carry 1 year in jail.
Stay away from my restaurant.
Auburn police say an elusive retail thief nicknamed the Chicken Scam Lady has struck again in their city, King County. Detectives say Wiley has stolen thousands by demanding refunds for items she never even purchased. She was nicknamed the Chicken Scammer after police said she stole or she told previous victims she needed a refund for chicken that had gone bad.
Creeping into local businesses.
Just like Santa Claus.
Trying to steal more than holiday cheer. Auburn police say her most recent attempt to defraud businesses occurred on November 12th when she stole over $800 from 3 different businesses.
A lot of times these employees, they just cough it up. They don't want the bad review. They don't want to get in trouble.
Though there are multiple warrants for her arrest, she's managed to fly the coop. Meantime, Haley says while Willie remains free,
She is like this urban legend almost. And so when you finally do see her in the flesh, it is so crazy because you've heard about her over and over and over again.
Auburn police say if she comes into your business, do not give her money. Call 911 instead.
She didn't deserve what happened to her at all. She didn't deserve it.
Elsewhere tonight, police are asking for the public's help in tracking down the person who shot and killed a 21-year-old woman in South LA overnight. Lanai Ariana Dees of Inglewood was found dead in the driver's seat of her car in an alley early this morning near Century Boulevard and Wilton Place in Westmont. Detectives say it's unclear if she was an intended target or tragically caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. In the meantime, her family is left heartbroken.
My sister she was an amazing person. She's 21, just very sweet, very kind. You know, we just know she knew someone over here, and then next thing you know, she's dead. She got killed. She's in her car, so we don't really know what happened. She's in her car is wrecked, and she's shot.
Her family desperate for answers. If you have any information about the shooting, authorities would like you to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS, or you can visit lacrimestoppers.org.
A murder suspect tried to escape after causing a crash in southwest Miami-Dade.
The suspect, he's being held here at the Miami-Dade County Jail on multiple charges, including a murder charge. Surveillance video from a nearby business captures the moment a white Toyota Corolla slammed into another car. The man behind the wheel then takes off running with a police officer right behind him. 31-year-old Royniel Perez was eventually caught and is now facing several charges, including fleeing and eluding and second-degree murder. Police say the car Perez was driving belonged to 52-year-old Oscar Hernandez Agustin, who was reported missing by his wife last Tuesday. 2 days later, Hernandez's body was found in a rural area of Homestead, partially burned and with stab wounds. Police say they found the victim's ID and bank cards in Perez's wallet, and Perez later confessed to using the victim's bank card on multiple occasions. After processing the vehicle, police say they found a substantial amount of blood in the rear seats. In the meantime, the motive for this killing, that remains under investigation.
I know that what I did was so horrible. A woman at the center of a shocking murder case 30 years ago has just been denied parole.
This all stems from what happened October of 1994. Susan Smith was just in her 20s at the time, and she told authorities that she was carjacked by a black man, and 2 of her boys who were still in the car apparently vanished with the suspect. So this launched an intensive search, a 9-day search, and eventually, ultimately, she confessed to killing.
Susan Smith appeared remotely from jail in front of a parole board in South Carolina. It was her first bid for freedom. Smith broke down in tears as she asked to be released. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it.
Ultimately, the jury convicted her, gave her life in prison, but the way that the laws were written at the time, life in prison really means 30 to life. So today she appeared virtually before a parole board, and she was very tearful, remorseful, saying that she wishes she could take members appointed by the governor of South Carolina. They ultimately decided to deny her parole today.
After a man on board an American Airlines flight allegedly attempted to open the plane's cabin door mid-air, several passengers quickly jumping in to restrain him.
The only thing you could think about was, I've got to stop this guy.
Doug McWright was in the front row of Flight 1915 from Milwaukee to Dallas-Fort Worth Tuesday when he says a flight attendant told a passenger to return to his seat.
He says, I'm getting off this plane. I need to get off the plane.
According to a public safety report, a flight attendant had described the man as agitated, adding she placed herself in between the man and the door before he rushed forward, hitting her hard, injuring her left wrist and neck. One witness in the report recalling the unruly passenger had expressed he wanted to get off the flight because he was the captain. McWright says the group duct taped the man's feet and wrists, some staying with him in the front galley until the plane landed. American Airlines stating that safety and security is a top priority, adding, "We thank our team members and customers for managing a difficult situation."
He had a fake name and a luxurious new life in Riverside. Federal agents say Christian Fernando Gutierrez Ochoa, a high-ranking Mexican cartel member, had faked his own death and was living comfortably and under the radar in a fancy Riverside home he purchased with drug money. A shocking revelation for everyone in town.
It's crazy because it's like you probably walked by this guy, right?
It's scary, we never even knew that there was a drug cartel member, among us and stuff. That's real scary,
The DEA tracked him down this week, a major bust of a key member of one of the most violent cartels, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or CJNG. Retired FBI agent Bobby Chacon, who battled organized crime in his career, says Gutierrez Ochoa choosing to live in the U.S. was a bold choice.
I think the guy arrested probably was operating with some level of comfort, thinking that his faked death in Mexico, which the Mexican authorities apparently bought, had worked for him here.
The feds say the 37-year-old wasn't just casually trafficking meth and cocaine into the U.S. He was married to the game, quite literally. He's the son-in-law of the man known as El Mencho, the head of CJNG, who apparently helped Gutierrez Ochoa fake his own death and sneak into the U.S. so he could be with El Mencho's youngest daughter. Chacon says even if Gutierrez Ochoa intended to lay low in Riverside, just living here brings the potential of violence.
Having somebody like this in your community is always going to be a danger, not just from him, but from other cartels. Remember, these cartels are violent against each other. So if another cartel found out he was here and they had members here, they could, you could have a cartel shootout.
Defense has rested their case in Daniel Penny's manslaughter trial without Penny taking the stand.
Well, the very latest on this is that Daniel Penny, as you just said, is not going to be testifying in his trial. The defense wrapping up late this afternoon. Now, he is charged with second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. But again, he will not be taking the stand. A defense witness, Dr. Satish Chandru, he testified for a second straight day today. He is challenging the autopsy performed by the city medical examiner's office about how he died. The ME determined that the chokehold caused asphyxiation and killed Jordan Neely. Now, Penny's team maintains that that type of health condition and that health event, combined with Neely being in a psychotic state, high on the synthetic drug K2, the struggle and the restraint, all of that combined is what killed him. Now, the lawyers for both sides will be giving their closing arguments 10 days from now on December 2nd, and then the jury will likely get the case and begin deliberating.
Another tourist minding his business slashed in an unprovoked attack. This time it happened in Midtown Manhattan this morning. The 42-year-old man was visiting from Italy and was simply walking on Madison Avenue when a woman swung a knife at him and cut his right hand.
This assault is vaguely similar to another incident. A Danish tourist was slashed in the face on the Upper West Side,
who police say swung a knife at him out of nowhere.
I just passed next to her and she just turned around quickly and stopped me.
Hours after the unprovoked attack on Madison Avenue, Rec was out sightseeing late Saturday morning when he walked by the woman who he says was blankly staring at a Wi-Fi kiosk as if in a trance before lunging at him with a knife. He is not the first tourist to be randomly slashed in Manhattan.
No city wants to be known as the city of stabbings, so hopefully it will end.
New Yorkers know such a trend cannot continue at the peak of holiday tourism in the Big Apple.
Dollars in the checking account, and now it was left with $200.
A Carlsbad man out thousands of dollars because of a sophisticated phone scam.
It all starts with something called SIM swapping.
Justin Chan is trying to cope with losing $38,000.
It was about 11 p.m. I'd gotten some initial notifications on my phone that were very unusual. My passwords were changed.
His iPhone had stopped working.
I couldn't make any calls in or out. And it shows up on your phone in the upper left-hand corner that there's SOS rather than bars that show.
The next morning, the Carlsbad resident learned someone had called his cell phone provider and convinced them to transfer his phone number to a device he didn't own. This is known as the SIM swapping scam. And due to new eSIM technology, thieves no longer need to steal a physical SIM card to gain access to a victim's phone. 5 days later, Chan got a chilling letter in the mail. from Bank of America showing 3 wire transfers totaling $38,000. Chan is frustrated Bank of America didn't flag the wires as suspicious. We take these cases very seriously and utilize all available resources to hold those responsible accountable.
I want to get back to our breaking news out of the Hollywood Burbank Airport. Police on the scene. There is a body underneath that tent. Rich Prickett is live overhead in Sky 5 HD with an update for us. Rich, good morning.
It's right outside of Burbank Airport here, and you can see that canopy that's right in the center of the screen there. It's a death investigation that is happening here now within the last couple of minutes that, according to witnesses, it appears that this person may have just simply collapsed right in the middle of the traffic lanes here. So this could be a situation where this person has died of natural causes. We'll widen out here and give you an idea of where this is. It's right outside the front entrance to the airport. There was some thought that maybe this person was crossing the street. You can see how close in proximity it is to the crosswalk. They have some traffic crossing guards here that are on duty, but based on the information we are just now getting in from the Burbank PD, this could be a situation where somebody simply collapsed and died of natural causes here. This area here leading into the valet parking area will be cordoned off in the meantime.
After years in Chinese prisons, 3 Americans are heading home tonight, now safely in U.S. custody, according to the White House. The rare prisoner swap in the works for months. We spoke to the U.S. ambassador here last month.
They were prosecuted and convicted of crimes which they did not commit. There was no reason to put them in the jail.
Mark Swadan was on death row since 2012 on drug charges. Kai Lee accused of spying and jailed after a closed-door trial. The State Department calling them wrongfully detained. China says their cases were handled according to law, leaving families to lobby Congress to do more. China had jailed the 3rd American, John Long, accusing him of being an FBI informant.
Getting detained Americans released here, even to facilities back home, is complicated because there's no treaty or agreement between the countries to transfer prisoners.
According to a U.S. official, the U.S. handing back 2 Chinese nationals in return, including Xu Yanjun, a convicted spy prosecutors linked to China's state security.
And China released the Americans just hours after President-elect Trump's new threat, promising an additional 10% tariff unless China does more to stop the flow of fentanyl into the U.S.
Scammers posing as customers to steal in-store pickups and even packages. One local man says his newly purchased laptop disappeared from an Apple store before he even got there.
And it's not the first time that a package containing a pricey Apple product has been stolen in recent days.
There's nothing worse than a porch pirate.
I ordered a laptop online. I did it for in-store pickup because I didn't want it stolen. Hey, I'm here for my in-store pickup. And immediately they go, your laptop was already picked up, sir. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I've never come to pick it up.
It's just another holiday scam to watch out for. Rick Markowitz says he's out $4,000 after an imposter picked up his computer. While he works to get the situation rectified, and after filing a police report, he went online to see if this is a thing.
John Shin says cameras captured a UPS driver handing over his package to a stranger.
Earlier this week, he saw this on KTLA, a crook posing as the homeowner, showed an ID, and then walks off. Randy Sutton is a retired police lieutenant specialist who believes these victims have been hacked. He says in these 3 cases, scammers likely hacked the victims' cell phones, getting the tracking and potentially making an ID. To see if your phone has been hacked?
There's a website out there called malwarefox.com, and that lists all of the different methodologies used to compromise your information.
Randy Sutton tells me usually in these cases, the credit card companies end up absorbing the cost and the consumer is reimbursed.
Hopefully one day you will be able to forgive me.
Samantha Miller and her husband were riding a golf cart on their wedding night when they were hit by a drunk driver. Samantha was killed and her husband suffered serious injuries. Well, yesterday, the 27-year-old driver pleaded guilty to drinking while driving and was handed her sentence. Skylar Henry was in court as the groom remembered the last moments before the deadly crash.
An emotional Eric Hutchinson fought back tears in a courthouse in downtown Charleston, recounting the life he was about to start with his new bride. Miller died at the scene in her wedding dress. Hutchinson was hospitalized with broken bones and a brain injury. Investigators say they were hit by Jamie Komorowski, who was driving 65 in a 25-mile-per-hour zone. The toxicology report found her blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit. The 27-year-old driver was remorseful in court Monday, but Komorowski's tears were no consolation for Samantha Miller's parents. After pleading guilty, she was sentenced to 25 years behind bars for felony DUI and reckless homicide.
The CEO of United Healthcare was shot and killed outside a hotel in New York City. The NYPD says it happened around 6:40 in the morning at a hotel in Midtown Manhattan. They say the 50-year-old male victim was transported to the hospital with a gunshot wound to his back and leg. He later died of his injuries. Officials identified the victim as Brian Thompson. According to the company's website, Thompson joined United Health Group in 2004 and became CEO in 2021. Thompson was a 1997 graduate of the University of Iowa, where he was valedictorian. United Health Group is a multi-billion-dollar multinational company that ranks in the top 10 of Fortune's Global 500. The company was to hold a conference for investors this morning, but it has reportedly been canceled. Investigators say the attack, carried out by a masked gunman, seems to have been planned and targeted. They say the gunman fled on foot, then on a bicycle into nearby Central Park. No arrests have been made and the investigation is ongoing.
Breaking news. Nurse Hannah has reportedly been arrested. Yesterday, TikToker Anthony Blackwell claimed he had located Nurse Hannah's home address and reported her to CPS for her treatment of her children. CPS is now investigating the case. How did Anthony Blackwell manage to find Hannah's home address so precisely? After closely reviewing Hannah's online content, he became concerned by the children's reaction. In the pursuit of justice, Anthony used her husband Braxton's name, conducting an online search. He eventually found a LinkedIn profile for a Braxton Hyatt in Utah. Anthony noted that Braxton had expressed interest in real estate after completing his studies, so he decided to look for real estate listings connected to his name. Anthony found a listing under Hyatt Realty and recognized Hannah as the office manager. Upon further investigation, they compared the features in the listing photo, like cabinets, granite countertops, and chandeliers, to details visible in Hannah's videos. Anthony stressed that they had blocked out sensitive information to avoid doxing. In addition to the CPS investigation, Hannah has also been reported to the state nursing board for alleged violations of ethical policies. Now, Nurse Hannah, count your days.
This sinkhole swallowed a grandmother who was out looking for her cat this week, and unfortunately, her body was found today. At supper time on Monday, 64-year-old Elizabeth Pollard had her granddaughter in the car sleeping when she got out and began looking for her cat near this location. Unfortunately, at 1 a.m., her family could not locate her. Police were called and they found this sinkhole, and the grandmother's car was beside it. The 5-year-old granddaughter was still in the car. She said she'd fallen asleep and her grandmother just never came back. Rescue workers located her shoe inside the sinkhole, but were unable to locate her until today. They ended up finding her body about 30 feet down, but about 12 feet from where the sinkhole was. They believe the sinkhole was forming over a matter of time, and it would look like a Hershey's Kiss underneath the hole. They believe when the grandmother fell that she ended up hitting the top of the Hershey's Kiss and rolling off to the side. That's why they found her about 12 feet from where they'd been looking. Her family released a statement today saying they are extremely thankful to rescue workers for finding her, but wish, of course, the outcome had been different.
Now to that warning from the FBI to iPhone and Android phone users. This is about the security of your communication, iPhone and Android users, but this is actually serious.
This is big time serious. You're right. Look, texting is a way of life, right? It's sort of second nature for us. Well, now the FBI is warning that if you are texting between an iPhone and an Android, the Chinese government may be able to see your messages. U.S. officials say the Chinese have hacked their way into the SMS system that sends those green bubbled text messages between users of different phone systems. So to keep your text messages safe, cybersecurity experts are recommending using encrypted programs like WhatsApp, Signal, or Telegraph. There are lots of them out there. They also recommend using a cell phone that automatically receives those operating system updates. And be careful not to text sensitive personal information like social security numbers, credit card info, or your passwords. Of course, a foolproof way to protect your text is just to pick up the phone and call, right? We just don't do that anymore. This FBI warning comes after the White House said a global cybersecurity attack occurred this summer in which they say Chinese hackers breached at least 8 telecom companies, including AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, in order to spy on top U.S. political figures. U.S. officials say they are still trying to help those telecom providers get the hackers off their networks. They don't have a timeline for when that will happen.
Breaking news. Since the CEO of the largest health insurance company in the U.S. was shot and killed, other CEOs have been deleting their profiles on LinkedIn. Medical companies fear they might become copycats. However, while New York police are still searching for the killer, someone has decided to hold a copycat assassin CEO contest at Washington Square, offering a cash prize to the winner. People have responded enthusiastically, all wearing hoodies and flat caps just like the killer. It's all getting out of hand. For safety, CVS has removed photos of its executives from their website. McDonald's, in an attempt to manage the crisis, had its CEO release a new line of snack-sized products overnight. Meanwhile, Chipotle burritos, which are incredibly popular, have just raised their prices by 2% on the menu. People are now asking, what's the name of Chipotle's CEO? And when will the CEO come to New York? The only CEO who seems safe is the one from Costco. During a recent board meeting, when someone suggested raising the price of hot dogs and drinks by $1.50, Costco's CEO was so angry he kicked the person out of the meeting room, shouting, "Which company do you think has a problematic CEO? Let me know in the comment."
Well, that killing is drawing unexpected reaction on social media. Many people expressing support for the shooter. This has everything to do with the high cost of health care.
Nobody deserves to get on their way to work. Nobody deserves to get their health care claims denied either.
All over social media, people are posting how they feel about the victim.
Someone said thoughts and prayers and deductibles.
And the shooter in the United Healthcare murder case.
The assassin was super impressive. Okay, we've never seen anything like
the high-profile killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has sparked discussions about healthcare policies.
We feel like we're living parallel lives with the elite in our country.
That Danish guy is a social media influencer with 2 million followers on TikTok. He is a skilled internet sleuth known for finding people. While he does not condone killing anyone, and many on social media are glad to see that.
I certainly don't think that these people are glorifying murder or agree with murder. And health insurance by itself is ridiculously expensive. And you throw in the fact that when you try to use it, it's nearly impossible to use.
Breaking news, a person of interest is in custody in connection with the killing of the United Healthcare CEO. This is the LinkedIn photo of the man in custody, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione, who police say has ties to San Francisco. Just over an hour ago, the NYPD commissioner described how Mangione was taken into custody.
Responding officers questioned the suspect, who was acting suspiciously and was carrying multiple fraudulent IDs as well as a U.S. passport. Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person as well as a suppressor, both consistent with the weapon used in the murder. They also recovered clothing, including a mask consistent with those worn by our wanted individual. Also recovered was a fraudulent New Jersey ID, matching the ID our suspect used to check into his New York City hostel.
And NYPD detectives are now on their way to Pennsylvania to question Mangione. On his LinkedIn page, Mangione says he spent a summer at Stanford in 2019 as a head counselor and artificial intelligence teaching assistant for the program. But to recap, this is what we know about the suspect. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was born and raised in Maryland. He last lived in Honolulu. We'll stay on top of this and bring you the latest as we get it.
This is your first look at the man police say is responsible for the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City. Luigi Mangione was arrested at an Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's on December 9th after an employee reportedly tipped off police that someone resembling the suspect was in the restaurant. An Altoona police officer approached Mangione.
He had asked the suspect if he had been in New York City recently, and that really invoked a physical reaction from the suspect. He became visibly nervous, kind of shaking at that question.
Police say Mangione gave officers a fake ID, and inside his backpack was a written document expressing his hatred toward the health insurance industry.
In some dark corners, this killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero. The real hero in this story is the person who called 911 at McDonald's this morning.
Online court records show Mangione was charged in Manhattan with second-degree murder, along with 3 gun charges and forgery. He is expected to be extradited to New York.
Officials say a missing American man has now been found after he was being held in captivity for months in Syria. Sources tell ABC News they believe it could be Travis Pete Timmerman, who had gone missing earlier this year.
What's your name?
Travis. A new video appears to show the discovery of an American in Syria, allegedly freed from Assad captivity. The man in the video says his name is Travis.
Country.
United States.
United States.
The United States. Another video appears to show the same man resting on a mattress under a blanket. Sources tell ABC News the U.S. believes this could be Travis Pete Timmerman. Today, Timmerman's mother confirming this is her son.
I was imprisoned in a cell by myself, and in the early morning of this Monday, they took a hammer and they broke my door down.
Police in Budapest releasing pictures from when Timmerman went missing in Hungary earlier this year. His apparent discovery in Syria said to be a surprise.
In terms of an American citizen who was found just today, I can't give you any details on exactly what's going to happen except to say that we're working to bring him home.
The chief fired one of his officers for wrongfully arresting a woman, but the police union says she was targeted because she spoke out against the department.
Officer Brooke Cano fired from the Whitehall Police Department after an extensive investigation into allegations of falsified evidence and documentation. Whitehall Police Chief Mike Crispin says the incident happened 2 months ago and resulted in the wrongful arrest and felony charges against an innocent woman. Crispin says the woman's mother filed the complaint with the department on her behalf. According to police documents, Officer Cano falsely documented a confession that never actually happened in an official report. Her body-worn camera shows the arrest.
So what you did is actually felony fleeing, okay? And it's a felony charge.
Just last month, Cano was placed on a 3-day suspension following a separate incident. Documents say she used excessive force against a pregnant woman during an arrest. Chief Crispin tells me they've passed Officer Cano's case on to the city prosecutor's office to determine if criminal charges should be filed.
Now to the urgent investigation in Mexico. An American couple from California gunned down. They were in the country visiting relatives. It's a trip they made every single year.
2 Californians, 53-year-old Rafael Cardona and his wife, 50-year-old Gloria Ambriz, were found dead in a pickup truck in Angamacutiro, Mexico Thursday, an area known for organized crime, according to the state attorney general's office. A family member sharing this image of the couple with ABC News. The two were on their annual visit to the region for the holidays, and Cardona's brother-in-law is also a mayor of the region and told us the bodies were found 7 blocks from his home and that he sees this event as a direct threat, even though there's an investigation still ongoing. The couple had 3 children. They're both U.S. citizens and lived in Sacramento, California, where they were working in the freight industry. They owned a house in Mexico where they would spend every Christmas and New Year's. Their funeral will take place today in Mexico.
Now, there will be a memorial church service in Mexico for the couple, and all of the Christmas events that have been planned in the next couple of weeks in the city have been canceled due to this violence.
The Pentagon finally released what they know about the massive amounts of drones flying over the U.S., and it confirms what many people had speculated all along. The FBI was sent into New Jersey to investigate reports of huge SUV-sized drones flying around. They set up a tip line and received more than 3,000 calls regarding sightings in just 1 week. This shook up New Jersey lawmakers, with many calling on the governor to declare a state of emergency due to concerns that these drones can fly over critical infrastructure and act as spies for foreign nations. This prompted the governor to call the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary, who assured him that these drones pose no known danger to the public at this time. However, that did very little to calm people down until the Pentagon finally weighed in and stated that while they aren't 100% sure of the drone's true origins, they're confident that these drones do not pose any danger to military or civilian installations in New Jersey, as they are not military in nature, and there is absolutely no evidence linking these drones to foreign nations.
Another school shooting in America, that a 17-year-old female student opened fire today, killing a teacher and another teenage student. The shooter was later found dead in the school.
Got a call coming in at Abundant Life Christian Church that's advising someone was shot.
9 days before Christmas.
I've got 2 medics and Engine 5 assigned.
Copy. Let's make this an active shooter incident.
Right now, 2 critically wounded students are fighting for their lives in the hospital, while 4 others are being treated for non-life-threatening injuries.
The shooter was dead upon our arrival.
police department arrival, and no officers fired their weapons.
CBS News has learned the shooter carried a 9mm pistol, the motive unknown. Dave Wagner is the former principal.
I know that my heart grieves beyond words with them. I know the principal. I know several of the teachers. They're going to be impacted for their life by the tragedy of this day.
This was the nation's 39th school shooting this year that has resulted in deaths or injuries.
I'm feeling a little dismayed now. I'm so close to Christmas. Every child, every person in that building is a victim. And these types of trauma don't just go away.
Well, Rockland County Church appears to be dealing with a real-life Grinch.
Yeah, someone stole their Christmas tree and all the warm winter gear it was decorated with. Richard G. Covis has a story.
Other than the 2 wreaths hanging on the doors, it's pretty bare outside the Thiels Garnerville United Methodist Church. For the past 4 years, Pastor Wu Lim Kwok has put up this Christmas tree outside the doors of his church. But this is not a tree just for decoration. This is a tree that gives back, that gives the gift of warmth.
We collect winter items such as gloves and hat and scarves, and from the people in communities.
But this past Monday night, after Pastor Wu locked up and went home, he came back the next morning to find that the tree had been allegedly stolen, along with multiple pairs of mittens and gloves meant for those in need ahead of a cold winter.
Hats and scarves.
This woman volunteers in the church's thrift shop. Since the tree was allegedly stolen, she's been crocheting additional scarves to make up for the lost mittens.
Upset.
And as sad as this congregation is, they share the same sentiment, hoping and praying that whoever took the tree brings it back.
We just pray that whoever took the tree and mittens, they really needed them.
This is a terrible tragedy, and for Germany in general.
A Christmas market in Germany was turned into a scene of carnage tonight after a car plowed through crowds, leaving at least 2 people dead, including a small child, and injuring over 60. Emergency services and police are still in attendance, and all hospitals are preparing for a mass casualty event. The suspect is said to be a 50-year-old doctor who's a Saudi national and who's been in Germany since 2006.
Confusion, chaos. There are passers-by tending to those injured on the ground. What sounds like children crying. Eyewitnesses say a car drove at speed straight into dozens upon dozens of people. This market was bustling with people shopping and socialising in the days before Christmas. Ambulances and emergency services scramble to help those they can, taking people to hospital and treating at the scene. Hospitals in the area told to deal with a mass casualty event. Tonight, German police have arrested a doctor from Saudi Arabia. They believe an explosive device was in the car, and investigators are now on site.
Suspected or no known links to Islamist extremism that...
Oh my God! It appears the party is over for Party City. The business that's been a go-to stop ahead of countless celebrations is set to close its doors after nearly 4 decades.
Customers not in the mood to celebrate after learning their favorite party store may be going out of business.
I think it's a shame because I grew up going to Party City as a child, and it's somewhere I used to look forward to for parties.
Stephanie Campos buying balloons at the Party City on West 14th Street when she heard about the chain's reported closures.
I'm thankful for the memories they gave me.
On Friday, corporate employees received this email saying the company has made the difficult decision to conduct a mass layoff at its Woodcliff Lake, New Jersey headquarters, and that this would be their last day. All Party City stores will be closing soon after 40 years in business. Party City has 850 locations and recently came out of bankruptcy, but faced tough competition from online retailers.
Customers at this store on West 14th Street say employees told them this location would close by March 31st. Meantime, merchandise here is marked down.
A woman is dead after being set on fire in the subway, and tonight a person of interest is in custody.
Police just announced an arrest in this torture by murder, and they said that this victim didn't even know the suspects. Now, around 7:30 this morning, the victim and the suspect both rode the F train to the end of the line at the Stillwell Avenue subway station. Now, police say the victim was seated when a 33-year-old man, a migrant from Guatemala, who police haven't identified yet, approached the female victim and set her on fire with his lighter, her clothes fully engulfed.
With the help of an MTA employee and a fire extinguisher, the flames were put out. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the victim was pronounced on the scene.
Now, online videos of the incident, which we're choosing not to air, shows the victim standing on the car, taking steps with her entire body in flames, with the suspect apparently in that same video sitting on a bench just outside of the subway car before he got away. At least one responding officer appears on scene and captured clear images of the suspect on the body-worn camera video. Now, so far, again, police say the woman and the man didn't know each other, made no contact before the incident, and it remains unclear why he did it. Now,
a man suspected of setting a woman on fire on a New York City subway is facing murder and arson charges. And police say a woman sleeping on the F train, back to the crime here, was brutally murdered by that suspect. Graphic video capturing the moment it happened. We're going to show it to you. You can see a man that appears to be sitting on the bench watching as the victim was engulfed in flames.
ICE today, that's Immigration and Customs Enforcement, saying the suspect in this case is a 33-year-old Guatemalan man by the name of Sebastian Zapata, who they say entered the country illegally and was removed by ICE in 2018. But that at some point in time, he crossed back into the country illegally in violation of that deportation order. It's not clear where else he's been in the United States. The New York Police Department says they also don't believe that there was a connection between the suspect and the victim, but that it's not clear that he's so much as talked to the victim. So in the meantime, ICE has issued a detainer to the NYPD so that whenever this suspect is finished with his time in the process, even if that's after a sentencing for homicide and arson, they could then take custody of him and deport him.
Got like a bunch of, looks like undelivered Amazon bundles here.
This is what a Lakeville police officer found while on patrol Sunday in the middle of the night. He saw something odd on the side of the road, and when he went to check it out, he found 3 large totes of Amazon packages scattered in the woods.
So I'm like, what is that? Is that trash? I was like, that's not trash, that's Amazon.
About 80 packages in all had been discarded.
It's frustrating, you know, but there's a lot more things in life to be more frustrated about.
Blake Brangan says he got a message on his phone his package had been lost.
I know, it's really crazy just to toss them out in the woods like that, but thankfully for that officer that found them.
Police say an Amazon driver has now come forward telling police she left the packages around 7 p.m. Saturday night because she was too stressed. The driver said she'd be notifying her manager.
You want to bring these back to the Amazon in Middleborough?
In a statement, Amazon tells us all customer orders were reprocessed and redelivered or are currently in the process of being redelivered. Customers can check their accounts to see updates around expected delivery times. Blake's package has now made it to his home in Assonet.
You know, it's stressful times during the holidays, but I really feel bad for whoever it was, you know, I mean, just to dump out all the packages like that.
Azerbaijan Airlines flight J28243 crashed in Kazakhstan on Wednesday, killing 38 people. The social media video shows the plane rapidly descending and flying erratically before ultimately hitting the ground and exploding into flames. 4 sources with knowledge of the preliminary findings of Azerbaijan's investigation into the disaster told Reuters that Russian air defenses downed the passenger jet, which was carrying 67 people. There were 29 survivors. One of the sources with knowledge of the investigation told Reuters, quote, "No one claims that it was done on purpose. However, taking into account the established facts, Azerbaijan expects the Russian side to confess to the shooting down of the aircraft." One U.S. official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, also told Reuters that there were early indications that a Russian anti-aircraft system may have struck the plane. Russia's defense ministry did not respond to a request for comment. Reuters also verified footage shot by passengers before the plane crashed that showed oxygen masks released and people wearing life vests. The plane came down near the city of Aktau after diverting from an area of southern Russia in which Moscow has used air defense systems against Ukrainian drone strikes in recent days. The president of Azerbaijan said a special commission had been set up and a delegation had been sent to investigate the disaster.
This morning, new details on the case of a pizza delivery turned into attempted murder. Investigators in Osceola County say this woman, 22-year-old Brianna Alvillo, was a delivery worker. She dropped off a pizza delivery at the Riviera Motel. According to her arrest report, the victim was in town to celebrate her boyfriend's birthday, along with her 5-year-old daughter. On the night of the crime, she had ordered food for a total of $33.10, giving Alvillo $2 as a tip. Investigators say the suspect did not like the amount she received. Later that night, investigators say Alvelo came back to the motel along with a man while both were wearing face masks. They forced their way into the room and attacked the victim. Investigators say Alvelo stabbed the pregnant woman 14 times. And all of that happened while the victim's 5-year-old daughter was watching. The pair then took off. According to the arrest report, investigators were able to trace the suspect's vehicle based on her files at the pizza place she was working for. Alvelo was arrested and now faces multiple charges, including attempted murder and kidnapping.
A homeless woman is caught on camera dousing a car with flammable liquid and lighting it on fire at a mobile gas station in Hollywood. It happened early this morning on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Yeah, that owner of the car is a delivery driver and says he's now unable to work.
The burned car is still at this gas station. Residents in this area tell us that they have seen this woman in the neighborhood several times before. They say that they believe she is homeless and often see her making angry outbursts. Friends of the gas station owner tell us he's the one trying to extinguish the flames, which appears to upset the woman. She then sets some sort of material on fire and tries to start the car on fire again and fuel the flames with lighter fluid. Police arrive and arrest the woman while firefighters respond and put out the fire. The owner of the car, 21-year-old Anderson Martinez, can't believe that some stranger would do this. As an Uber Eats driver, he needs his car for work. About this incident and also more about the woman that was detained.
Video shows the moment the Jeju Airlines passenger jet touched down in Muon, South Korea, the belly of the jet skidding on the tarmac before it slams into a concrete wall, exploding into a fireball. Flight 2216 was carrying 175 passengers from Bangkok, Thailand. Rescue crews immediately launched a search for survivors. At least 2 crew members were pulled out of the wreckage alive and conscious, but officials say most of the people on board died in the fire. The airline apologized and said the 15-year-old Boeing 737-800 jet was up to date on its maintenance. The early focus of the investigation is on why landing gear appeared to malfunction. Officials have recovered the plane's black box with flight data and cockpit voice recordings and said the air control tower had issued a bird strike warning to the plane before landing. In a statement, Boeing said it is in contact with the airline and, quote, "We extend our deepest condolences to the families who lost loved ones, and our thoughts remain with the passengers and crew."
2 Oregon men found dead in a Washington state forest after they failed to return from a trip to look for Sasquatch. That is according to authorities in that area. Now, the 59-year-old and 37-year-old appear to have died from exposure. That is according to the Skamania County Sheriff's Office. They posted these photos here on Facebook. Sasquatch is a folklore beast thought by some to roam the forest, specifically in the Pacific Northwest. That is where these folks were going. Now, the 2 men were found in a heavily wooded area of the Gifford National Forest, which is about 150 miles northeast of Portland. A family member reported them missing around 11 a.m. on Christmas Day after they failed to return from a Christmas Eve outing. 60 volunteer search and rescue personnel helped in that 3-day search, including canine, drone, and ground teams. By the Skamania County Sheriff's Office, just how those crews were kind of looking through that area, doing everything they could by ground and air to try to find these guys. Again, they did conclude that the men, 59 years old and 37-year-old, died from exposure, and that's because of the weather and the men's lack of preparedness.
Now to some breaking news. A man is in critical condition tonight after police say he was pushed onto the subway tracks as a train was pulling in.
CBS News New York obtained this disturbing surveillance video showing a victim described by police as 45 years old standing on the platform when a man in a blue hooded jacket comes in from the left side of the screen, then out of view for a moment, and then back from the right side of the screen. With no apparent warning, he pushes the man just as the train pulls in. We spoke to a woman who says she saw everything.
Right at the last second, right in front of the train. Just shoved right in front of the train.
Police say they caught a man they are calling a person of interest.
The older man who was pushed just walked slowly onto the platform, perfect timing. The other man who pushed him was just walking slowly
towards him and shoved him the last second.
And then did you see the rescue of getting him out of there?
I did not. I came up to the street, called 911.
We were told that that man is 23 years old. Now the victim, 45 years old, remains hospitalized in critical condition at Bellevue Hospital.
I killed my daughter. I killed my daughter.
The dad who tortured and killed 10-year-old Sarah Sharif had had his throat slashed with a jagged tuna tin lid in jail. Irfan Sharif was ambushed in his cell by two lags at Category A Belmarsh Prison, who sliced his neck and face on New Year's Day. Sources said that it was planned, that he's lucky to be alive, and that guards have been trying to keep him safe because they know he's had a target on his back. Sarah Sharif's mum even told us that she now wants him to die in prison. Irfan Sharif beat Sarah with a cricket bat, he beat her with a metal pole, he burned her buttocks with a domestic iron, and he strangled her. At times, he would tie up her arms and her legs with rope during attacks and put makeshift hoods over her face. He forced her to wear a nappy, meaning she was sometimes sitting in her own feces and urine, and after she died, it was suggested that he jet-washed her body. The judge, Mr. Justice Kavanagh, said that at the Old Bailey, few crimes were as terrible as the case against Sarah Sharif. Now, it is clear that Irfan Sharif never cared once for Sarah during her life or after she died, and now that he's in Belmarsh, there are only the prison guards who are there to look out for him. The Met Police have said they are investigating the attack and that he suffered non-life-threatening injuries.
A postal worker stabbed to death inside a deli on Lenox Avenue in Harlem. One person is in custody tonight.
On the sidewalk, according to police, an on-duty postal worker was stabbed. Officers responded to this location at 2:38 this afternoon and found the postal worker, a 36-year-old man, stabbed and slashed multiple times in his torso, arms, back, and neck. This appears to have been a dispute between two customers that turned physical. The 24-year-old person of interest was taken into custody. This person, we're told, has no obvious criminal record. We're also told a weapon has been recovered. Now, this postal worker was taken to Harlem Hospital where he was pronounced dead. A group of postal workers arrived on scene moments ago. They are solemn and shaken by what happened. All they know, they say, is that their colleague went in to buy a sandwich in this deli when this altercation unfolded. Unclear at this hour what the weapon was that was used to stab the postal worker and slash him multiple times. Unclear at this hour what this was all about, what sparked this dispute. But as investigators sort this all out and as we learn more, we'll bring those details to you.
Spreading much after someone was caught on camera popping their tires instead in the Westfield Village neighborhood where an estimated 30 cars were hit in Micah. We also understand deputies just made an arrest moments ago.
It's the start of a new year, and people who live on Westwood Pines Drive are already deflated.
I was able to speak with a woman who said that she had 4 cars parked in her driveway and they have 5 tires that were popped. A big price tag coming her way. A lot of frustrated residents here.
Tires popped. One tire's popped. And I look, I'm like, well, let me see. Maybe he saw it got flat. I went around and checked, and boom, the other one's flat too. So
what are the odds that 2 tires on the truck would be flat? A younger man in a hoodie walking through the Westfield Village neighborhood with what appears to be a knife, driveway to driveway, puncturing people's tires in broad daylight about noon on Thursday. People we spoke to say they don't recognize him. The neighborhood estimates he hit about 30 cars. Now all up and down the street you see flat tires or cars on jacks. Owners now out hundreds of dollars for a new tire.
Yeah, starting off the new year, and it's just disappointing seeing this type of behavior.
The NYPD arresting a man accused of at least 2 stabbings on the subway last week. Jamar Banks facing assault and weapons possession charges after he was accused of stabbing an MTA employee Thursday and another man on New Year's Day. We're now learning the suspect has been arrested, drum roll please, 87 times. Joining us now is the founder of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa.
It's never been worse, Brian. And we have a combination where when you descend into the subway, it's a combination of Dante's Inferno, Clockwork Orange, and Jack Nicholson in The Shining. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This guy you're talking about, 87 priors, not hard to find.
Living in the subway.
He lives on 2 lines. He only is a creature of habit, rides the 2 and the 5 train with a knife in his hand. Well, let me tell you something. Everyone is in danger on the subway. Look at that woman who was turned into a human torch.
From New Jersey.
When I'm dealing with the homeless and emotionally disturbed, which is what we guardian angels do because they're the forgotten people. They're Americans and migrants they put up in hotels, and now they're forced to live on the subway. And our officials, our governor and our mayor, do nothing.
We're back with some tragic breaking news from Asia. A powerful earthquake struck a remote region of Tibet earlier today, killing at least 95 people and injuring more than 130. The 7.1 magnitude quake toppled houses in remote villages, and tremors were felt in neighboring Nepal and northern parts of India.
Savannah, the epicenter of the quake that the USGS measured at magnitude 7.1 was located in Dingra County, about 50 miles from Mount Everest, and also near one of Tibet's holiest cities. Now, a rescue operation is underway in freezing cold conditions there. Early video of some of those efforts show a girl being carried alive out of the rubble on the back of a policeman. Officials say at least 95 people are dead, more than 100 are injured. These are early estimates as rescuers push into the area. The concern, of course, is that the numbers are going to continue to rise. And there have been several strong aftershocks that have been complicating the search for survivors. China's military has launched a rescue operation, and they're using drones to help assess where the help is needed most so they can reach the potential survivors.
And the Getty Villa Museum is confirming that its grounds also caught fire. Fire officials say trees and brush were on fire there and flames approaching structures. The museum says the villa and its art so far has been spared. Now, this is home to tens of thousands of priceless antiques, including Roman, Greek relics dating back to 6500 BC. Michael, obviously priority here is human life and human injuries.
And the buildings are intact, and our staff that are essential to be there to support firefighting and operations are safe. So things are well at this point. There was some burning on the property and the vegetation and trees. What we do at the Getty, we have a strong culture of safety within the organization and the institutions. The other thing is we have very sophisticated buildings, very sophisticated fire-resistant construction, sophisticated ventilation, and a whole series of building controls and filtration that just keep the air at a pristine level, the temperature and humidity to keep the collection safe. So that's what's been happening. And all those systems have been working well.
Celebrities who lost their homes in the Los Angeles fires. Number 5. John Goodman, his home in Pacific Palisades, Los Angeles, was reduced to ashes in the devastating wildfires. After the fire, the backyard swimming pool was left as a charred ruin. Number 4. Anthony Hopkins. His $6 million California estate was destroyed in the Los Angeles Fire Angeles fires, leaving only a burnt fence as the sole reminder of what was once a beautiful property. Number 3. Miles Teller. His $7.5 million Pacific Palisades home was burned to the ground in the devastating Los Angeles wildfires, leaving nothing but rubble, just like many others nearby. Number 2. Anna Faris. She bought the 4,000-square-foot home for nearly $5 million in 2019, and now new images show it scorched down to its foundation. Number 1. Paris Hilton. She's one of the celebrities who lost their homes due to a series of deadly wind-driven fires in Southern California. Her beachfront Malibu villa was burned down.
This red retardant you just see, a DC-10, just now dropping it onto these properties, onto this terrain. Again, this is really helpful for the firefight because this terrain is so inaccessible for a lot of reasons. So those red retardant drops, really, really helpful. Now, where we are now is at the top of this canyon where there is plenty to burn. You're seeing all of this dry brush here that has yet to be affected by the fire. Hard to breathe. Down in these canyons are safe for now, which is great news for these homeowners. But again, these fire crews still keeping an eye on the area.
We just saw the DC-10 drop about 9,500 gallons of retardant all the way on the backside of Mandeville Canyon to really make some improvement on these fires.
How good does this red retardant work?
Yeah, retardant, definitely doesn't put a fire out. It's made to really slow the process. That's why we like to keep it as close to the homes as possible. So when the fire does eventually hit that point, we actually have, like I said, a fighting chance.
Guys like Devin, his teammates at CAL FIRE, all agencies across California doing what they can to get a handle on the Palisades fire and the other fires.
Guests were hit with threatening vandalism during their stay.
A neighbor's camera caught the vandal arriving on
Edinburgh court after 1 a.m. and leaving 16 minutes later. An extended family on vacation woke to find tires slashed on their rental van and in spray paint on the garage. This is your final warning. The tribe has spoken. Leave this place or else. You have no idea who lives on this mountain. Do not underestimate our people. Neighbors in the cul-de-sac are locked in a 2-year feud with the homeowner over his short-term rental, but condemn the vandalism and try to console the guests who shared their experience on social media, calling it a scary encounter. The sheriff has made repeated trips here.
Written reports.
And deputies responded to the vandalism, in which the hooded suspect tried to hide by painting over some, but not all, security cameras. Not knowing who did this or how seriously to take it, neighbors have asked the sheriff to stay involved. Posting about this incident, the out-of-state guest complained both VRBO and the homeowner refused her a refund. Apparently, VRBO has since relented.
Orlando police officer Karen Long walked proudly with her son Samuel. She's fighting breast cancer for a second time, and this time it's stage 4.
But I am still here, I'm still smiling, I'm still working, because I get to support a lot of people that are going through this and be kind of like their ambassador and to tell them there is still hope. You can still live with this disease.
Orlando police unveiled its pink patrol car at the walk and celebrated a couple of the department's breast cancer survivors.
It was so hard for me. I was very shocked because, you know, a police officer, you go out and you deal with bad people. You don't think about yourself getting sick.
I had 9 surgeries within the next 2 years, and the support that I received was amazing.
The walk is a reminder for women and girls.
When they're teenagers, their breasts are developing, teach them how to do a breast exam, because once they're in college, you know, they have different priorities. They're not really thinking of doing their monthly breast exam.
Many of the officers sworn to serve and protect are now proud they will do so partially in pink, doing their part to battle breast cancer.
About these 2 metal prongs sticking out of the highway near the westbound lanes of I-285 and Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. You know, a lot of drivers tend to veer over for mechanical issues if their car stalls out. You can see on the screen as my photographer zooms in those 2 metal prongs that are sticking out in that Gore area. Now, I found out although GDOT, they are looking into this driver tells me he's thankful his accident wasn't worse.
I don't want this to continue to happen. I don't want it to be a tragedy.
That's why Atlanta driver Brian Briggs says he wants to warn drivers. He says the impact after hitting the prongs cost more than $2,000 in damages to his BMW earlier this month.
Now I'm really at disgust to why would they leave something like this in the roadway.
He says a Hero truck pulled over to help him, and he was surprised with what the driver told him. While this exit ramp underwent improvements as a part of GDOT's I-285 Peachtree Boulevard Interchange Improvement Project, which completed in 2023. Briggs says when he tried to get reimbursed for the damages.
Here are the meters. They're 2 separate meters.
One for his house, one for the storage garage.
Suddenly 2 light bulbs pulled more power than an entire house of people. In July again, 6 kilowatt hours, $7.
About $7 a month until this summer.
Then the new meter got put in, and it went from 4 kilowatt hours to 724 kilowatt hours for $112.
From $7 to more than $100. The only thing that changed, he says, are the new smart meters Xcel installed. Contact Denver 7 has been getting more and more calls about smart meter concerns. State regulators with the Public Utilities Commission have 52 complaints in the past 3 years. They sided with Xcel every time. But last month, Contact Denver 7 reported on Xcel bills tripling at a Lakewood apartment complex after new meters were installed. And Xcel launched an investigation.
You've gotten a lot farther than I have in the year I've been trying to deal with this.
When I went to take the nozzle out of my truck, I smelled like a rotten animal smell. As soon as I left, I noticed the engine was running very rough.
Colombo had filled up 38 gallons, $180 worth of diesel at this Shell station after Colombo filed a complaint. An inspector was out the very next day.
He said he found very high levels of sediment contamination in the fuel. He said it was so much sediment that he could visibly see black sediment pieces floating around in the fuel samples he took.
Here is the state report confirming the sediment. The address 9489 Sheridan Street. It's in Cooper City. The pump shut by the state found in the diesel. Colombo's mechanic says his fuel system needs to be checked. If there is damage, it could be thousands to replace parts. So Colombo did what any consumer would do: talk to the owner.
I explained to him, well, you sold me contaminated fuel, which has now damaged my truck. And he just said, I'm not paying you a penny.
If you think you've gotten bad gas, you can always file a complaint on their consumer hotline.
Her father left his 2 children money, but the bank who had it wouldn't release it and refused to tell them why.
Her father, Charles, was also a successful businessman and a fun one. As the CFO of Kellogg's, the cereal company, sadly in 2022, Charles passed away, but he made sure all his financial affairs were in order.
This is his original will. It is also the trust agreement, and it is all laid out with tabs.
The account with $56,000 needed to be put into the trust to be given to Christine and her brother. As the financial representative, Christine then took those documents to Chase Bank.
So I provided what they said I needed, and then he called back and said it's not enough. I said, well, what do I need? And he said, I can't tell you.
Christine reminded the bank a Broward judge had signed this court order for Chase to put the $56,000 into the trust. The bank responded with a letter.
This is the letter I got. There are no funds to be paid out to you.
Christine asked why.
And they will not tell me why. I just don't understand. I said, well, what do I need to do? And he said, I can't give you that information.
It's video that cops say shows a 34-year-old woman throwing a brick right through the window of her ex-boyfriend's house.
Someone just threw a rock through my front window. I just heard shattered glass and a big bang.
And get this, the brick that the woman allegedly lobbed into the window is just like this, made to commemorate their first date with a special message engraved right on top. Jet skiing, June 14th, 2020. The brick reads. So what did Sabrina Coyne say when cops in Bonita Springs, Florida were called to the scene? She flat out denies it.
Did you launch anything in there?
No.
You sure?
Yes. Even as cops bust her, she continues denying she did it.
We'll speak about that now.
I did not break the window, sir. I did not break the window.
Okay, we'll speak about that now.
The window.
Well, here's the video that says otherwise.
She looks right at our deputy. He's asking her questions. She's caught red-handed on video. Denies everything, completely uncooperative.
Sabrina Coyne's ex is a doctor. They broke up 6 months ago.
An arrest has been made in connection with the sports reporter who died in New Orleans while covering preparations for the Super Bowl. Telemundo Kansas City sports journalist Adon Manzano was gearing up to report on the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl matchup against the Philadelphia Eagles. He was already in the Louisiana city working when the station announced his death. The Kenner Police Department says they have arrested a suspect on fraud and theft charges after she allegedly tried to use Manzano's credit cards in multiple stores in the New Orleans area. According to investigators, the suspect can be seen on the hotel's surveillance footage, entering and exiting Manzano's room on the morning of February 5th. He was found dead in his room by hotel staff later that evening. The investigation into Manzano's death is ongoing. 28-year-old Manzano and his wife Ashley leave behind a toddler. Manzano's wife died in April 2024 in a car accident.
The city demolished his home, and now they're trying to foreclose on the land to pay for the $68,000 in demolition costs. The whole time, an Atlanta man says that the paperwork had the wrong address on it.
But the paperwork for the demolition of what's now this vacant lot, it was for Lawton Avenue. The city is now trying to foreclose on this property to pay for that demo bill.
I'm not going to let the city take this from me. I'm going to fight them tooth and nail.
It's just a lot now. The city demolished the Southwest Atlanta house. But Everett Tripodis was served with a lawsuit from the city of Atlanta saying they intend to foreclose and take the land.
When I saw that it came from the city, I was quite excited. Maybe it was a letter of apology. Maybe it was a check. Maybe they're going to justly compensate me. I opened it up and realized that they were suing me.
And Tripodis had already filed a lawsuit against the city for the demo. That's been stuck in the Fulton court system. But this foreclosure suit, he only has a few weeks to respond to it. Now,
if you wreck your car on a highway and police call to have it towed away, it could be thousands of dollars.
After emerging from his rolled dump truck unscathed, Wade Estes felt lucky, but that feeling didn't last long.
We want you to pay this big tow bill
and it's pretty much pay it or lose your truck.
In total, TCW was charged more than $88,000 by Ultimate Towing. One of the bigger questions for both were these hazmat charges for chemical cleanup. Reports Estes received from first responders indicate there wasn't enough concern about spilled fuel to warrant billing for a geologist, a hazmat truck, and dirt disposal.
You can look at the roadway, there's not no big hole there. It didn't happen.
This was a couple of $1,000s cleanup at the very most.
In an email, they wrote, quote, with the exception of incidents that require the immediate clearance of a roadway due to safety factors, involved parties have first right to contact the tow company they see fit, end quote. For more on their towing policies in our report, and just
take a look at this video sent to us by a homeowner who says this has been happening for years. He says that he asked the post office to stop and filed police reports, but he still can't get the mail truck to stay off his property.
So we sent 7 News Detroit reporter Sarah Michaels to his house to help raise his voice over how much damage this has been causing and what can be done about it.
So I have a $500 estimate just for these repairs.
Waterford homeowner Benny Hunt is fed up.
I literally have the best lawn on the block. So it hurts when I see somebody drive through it.
He tells me for years now, the U.S. Postal Service drivers in Waterford have been driving on the easement, the sidewalk, and on his property, just like this when delivering his mail. He says it's caused extensive damage over the years.
This is a sprinkler that I water my lawn with. It was right here. They ran over 3 or 4 solar lights, destroyed them, 4 or 5 different American flags, destroyed them. It's a safety hazard.
Hunt tells me that he and his wife have complained and filed these multiple police reports.
4 pounds of cookies, a $170 dollhouse, not items on a wish list for Santa.
No, these items were shipped to a Dallas home without anyone in the home ordering them, or at least that's what Mom and Dad thought.
Who ordered the expensive dollhouse? A mom quickly turned to her 6-year-old daughter, who confessed that she had been talking to Alexa about a dollhouse and sugar cookies, and just like that, the shipment arrived. Amazon's voice-activated Echo Dot promises to make life a little easier.
And obviously she can order things with great ease.
For 6-year-old Brooke, the gadget made dollhouse dreams a reality.
Alexa ordered me a dollhouse and some cookies.
An innocent conversation led to high-dollar charges.
Can you play dollhouse with me and get me a dollhouse? She immediately said, Alexa, I love you.
The Knights will see this as a teachable moment. They have now activated parental controls requiring a 4-digit code for purchases and have set rules for their kids. And thanks to parental controls, we are happy to report there have been no other shopping sprees.
A kayaker almost became lunch for a whale. It happened off the coast of Patagonia in Chile. Adrian Simancas and his father were out on the water when a humpback whale got hungry. Yes, at first when I thought I had died, it was like, of course, a lot of terror. Because I thought, no, there was nothing I could do. And when I got out and started to float, there I was really afraid that something would happen to my dad too. That we wouldn't have reached the shore in time and I would get hypothermia. This wasn't like some Bible story where Adrian was stuck inside a whale for 3 days. He was quickly released, but not quickly enough for his dad, who could only watch helplessly. When I turned around, I didn't see Adrian, my partner, my son. I didn't see him and I didn't see the boat, so I was surprised and worried. And then I see him come to the surface, and after him, the boat comes to the surface. Del kept calling out to Adrian to stay calm while he paddled over to him. They made it back to shore without any injuries, but now they have a heck of a survival story to tell.
Scolded or shoveling? A 72-year-old woman up since 4 this morning, scraping all the snow and ice off of her 45-foot driveway. That is until she says a plow truck driver yelled at her.
She only shoveled her 45-foot driveway. Trilko is 72 years old and started the task hours before sunrise.
I can't believe you did all this shoveling by yourself.
Usually I do both, but not today.
How long did it take you to shovel your driveway?
Well, I started probably about 4 o'clock this morning, but I took breaks.
The only thing that irked Trilko is the municipality's snowplow that shoved more snow back into the entrance of her driveway.
I don't have any room here or I'm going to be blocked in.
So after the plow blocked her driveway, she took the load of snow across the street so the plow can shove it on the other side. But apparently that's a no-no. and she was scolded by the Public Works driver operating the plow, and he called police. Trilko says she lives in a predominantly elderly neighborhood. Not many young muscles around to help shovel this long driveway, so she does it herself. And after clearing a 45-foot driveway of snow, she isn't real happy to see a snowplow block her in. So she does what she's got to do.
A house listing in Berkeley is something you've never seen before. It is currently on the market for about $395,000. Yes, a deal. But here's the catch. The home also comes with an 83-year-old tenant who will live in that location rent-free for the duration of his lifetime. The house also has an additional tenant who pays rent. The home also needs upgrades. According to the listing, the building has had no maintenance done to it since 1974. Both the roof to the sunroom and garage have collapsed. The hole is leaning off the foundation, and there is an active water leak that's been ongoing for a decade. Dan McDunn lives nearby and is also a developer. 10 years ago, he was interested in the property and still sees its potential.
That's the kind of property like small developer like me really likes. Yeah.
Why?
Because it has opportunity. You know, it's too far gone for a fix and flip type person. It's definitely beyond the capacity of an owner occupant, and so it just usually presents a good opportunity.
NBC Bay Area has learned the property is already pending sale. A local developer plans to restore the home without tearing it down.
All right, y'all, let's talk about petty revenge and the lengths some people will go to just to be spiteful. Andreas Flatten quit his job, gave his 2 weeks' notice, and asked for his final paycheck. He got 90,000 pennies dumped at his house, $1,000 worth, along with a love note covered in some weird, smelly substance. Now let's be real. This reeks of a spiteful move by his former boss. When asked if he was behind it, the boss played dumb. Then he called Andreas a weenie for even bringing it up. Andreas and his girlfriend started cleaning the pennies, but it was a nightmare. Oily, heavy, and time-consuming. Enter Coinstar, the real MVP here. They showed up, took the pennies, cleaned them, and gave Andreas crisp $100 bills. Crisis averted. But the real question is, why did this happen in the first place? This isn't just about pennies. It's about power dynamics and how employers can weaponize petty actions to humiliate workers. Who benefits from making someone's life harder for quitting a job? Could this be a tactic to discourage others from leaving toxic workplaces? And why isn't there more protection for workers against this kind of nonsense?
A random act of kindness goes viral. A heartwarming moment in a nail salon has captured the hearts of millions after a kind stranger stepped in to help a struggling mom. Mackenzie Scott, a former Miss Teen Arkansas USA, noticed Kayla Jo Singletary trying to soothe her fussy 6-month-old daughter, Hendrix, while getting a manicure for her birthday. Without hesitation, Scott offered to help, cuddling and calming the baby for 45 minutes so Singletary could finish her pampering.
I went over there and I was just like, here, let me help. Let me hold her until you're done.
The touching moment was caught on video and has since gone viral, amassing over 10 million views and thousands of comments praising Scott's kindness. For Singletary, the gesture was a lifesaver.
She's crying. I'm overwhelmed. She's tired. But I was grateful. I was hesitant.
She said, the two women have since formed a close bond, all thanks to Scott's selfless act. When asked about the impact of her actions, Scott said,
I just want to spread the message of like one act of kindness. Like everybody, if they did one act of kindness a day, it would make this world a better place.
Walmart is ordered to pay an Oregon man $4.4 million in the so-called shopping while black case. On August 19th, a Multnomah County, Oregon jury ruled against Walmart, saying a customer was racially profiled by one of its employees. It happened on March 26th. Michael Mangum went to the store to buy a refrigerator light bulb when he noticed an employee in the same aisle. The employee, later identified as Joseph Williams, worked as theft prevention in the store. According to court documents, William asked Mangum why he was staring at him. Mangum says he replied, quote, because you're looking at me. After that, Williams ordered Mangum to leave the store.
What did I say? If I keep watching you, you're going to slap the shit out of me. No, I didn't say that.
Williams called non-emergency officers, saying there was a customer who refused to leave and threatened to smash his face.
So you telling me right now he's going to trespass me from this property for what reason? Because he wants to. Because he wants to?
If you're in a car accident, it could easily happen to you.
Officers looking for what they call bandit tow trucks.
This is obviously a bandit tow.
Ones that show up at traffic collisions, hoping to dupe crash victims out of thousands of dollars.
These companies are just robbing you.
His teenage son was involved in a hit and run on a Friday night.
The car was drivable at the time, but something went wrong with the electronics and it just stalled out.
His son exited the freeway and was approached by a seemingly friendly man who said his uncle would tow his car for free.
It was a nightmare. That's when the nightmare started.
Nigel says his car was towed to a storage lot 5 miles away, and when the tow operator opened back up on Monday, he told Nigel it would cost $2,300 to get his car back. So Nigel finally paid the tower the $2,300 he demanded, all in cash.
Scams are particularly advanced in that they've been in the industry for a long time.
Tow truck operators are supposed to obtain permits from the city through the police commission, but Lieutenant Moffett says bandit tow trucks operate without a permit and charge sky-high fees.
Now, some insurance companies will cover the cost of these bandit tows, but if you ask them to pay for it, your premium may go up.
We should all pay attention to this. Mystery illness outbreak in Congo linked to bat consumption. Okay, this is a story you need to hear. A mystery illness has broken out in the Congo, and it's as terrifying as it sounds. According to the World Health Organization, it all started when 3 children ate a bat. Since then, 419 cases have been recorded, and here's the chilling part. Everyone who died did so within 48 hours of showing symptoms. Now, before you panic, the CDC is saying the international risk is low. But let's be real. We've heard that before, haven't we? Remember how quickly COVID went from just a flu to a global pandemic? This new outbreak is a stark reminder that viruses don't care about borders. And here's where it gets even scarier. What if this illness spreads? Another pandemic could mean more lockdowns, supply chain chaos, and another hit to the economy. Think about it. Inflation's already through the roof, gas prices are insane, and small businesses are barely hanging on. Could we handle another crisis? The heist of the Golden Toilet, a $6 million flush. In one of the most bizarre and audacious art thefts in recent history, a group of thieves stole a fully functional golden toilet from Blenheim Palace, the birthplace of Winston Churchill. The toilet, titled America and crafted from 18-karat gold, was an art piece by Maurizio Cattelan and had previously been displayed at New York's Guggenheim Museum. Surveillance footage released by UK authorities shows the thieves driving 2 cars across the palace lawn in the early hours of the morning. Just 5 minutes after their arrival, they were seen hauling the 216-pound gilded toilet out of the building and loading it into the back of a stolen Volkswagen Golf. The toilet, insured for a staggering $6 million, was part of an exhibition titled America. Ironically, the artist had once offered it to the Trump White House during his first term as president. 5 defendants are now facing multiple charges in connection with the theft, with some having already pleaded guilty to related crimes. Authorities believe the golden toilet was likely broken up and melted down, meaning it will never flush again. What do you think? Was this a bold artistic statement or just a golden opportunity for thieves? Measles outbreak spreads. Texas hit hardest. The measles outbreak is growing, with over 160 cases in 10 states. Texas is the epicenter, with 146 infections and a tragic child death. Kentucky and Washington just reported their first cases, while San Antonio warns hundreds may have been exposed by an infected visitor. If you're sick, stay home, officials urge. Measles is highly contagious, and in Lubbock, Texas, over 20 kids are hospitalized. One mom, who had measles as a child due to no vaccines, is rushing to protect her daughter. Here, vaccines are free, yet some ignore them, she said. The CDC stresses vaccines are safe and effective. This isn't up for debate, said New Jersey's health commissioner. Austin confirmed its first case since 2019, a baby too young to be vaccinated. But here's where it gets wild. Some are questioning if this outbreak is being used to push vaccine mandates. Could there be more to the story? Are we being told everything? Health officials urge communities to trust science and get vaccinated. But as cases rise, so do the questions. Stay tuned for updates, and keep your eyes open.
These mass pandemonium, people running all directions, and it was just mass chaos of people running everywhere.
Very, very scary.
Parents, families, and young cheerleaders panicked when reports of gunshots spread through the cheerleading competition at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center in downtown Dallas. 14-year-old Autumn Holup was in the bathroom when word of the potential threat started to spread. She described the chaotic moments of getting outside.
I got pushed into a corner. I fell. My knee is hurting. My hands are hurting. I felt like I was going to pass out. I had no clue what I was doing.
Even when she made it out and finally found her family, the sounds and sights around her were still scary.
Crying, screaming, police officers everywhere. The sirens were terrifying.
A short time later, it was confirmed no shooting happened. They say this started as a fight between two people that knocked down multiple poles, which created a loud noise. Police say this noise contributed to the panic inside the building, which led to the rush of people.
The locking shopping carts. Walmart's new weapon against shoplifters. Walmart is stepping up its game when it comes to stopping shoplifters, and their new technology is straight out of a sci-fi movie. They've introduced shopping carts with special locking wheels that prevent you from leaving the store without paying. Here's how it works. You fill up your cart, go through the checkout, and the wheels unlock. But if you try to walk out without paying, the cart locks up at the door. This system is designed to stop people from loading up a cart and walking out without paying. But here's the thing. Some shoppers are saying it makes the whole shopping experience feel like a security checkpoint. Others think it's a genius way to prevent theft. So what's your opinion? Is this a smart move by Walmart, or is it just making shopping more annoying? Let me know in the comments, and make sure to follow for more updates on Walmart's latest tech. America First is sparking a full-blown nationalist backlash from Canada and Mexico, and it's getting messy. Mexico is pushing a Made in Mexico campaign, with calls to boycott U.S. goods and retaliatory tariffs on the table, while Canada is pulling California wines and Kentucky bourbon off shelves, declaring it's all for the good of Canada. So what's going on? The U.S. has been slapping tariffs on its neighbors, violating trade deals like NAFTA and USMCA, and both Canada and Mexico are feeling the heat. They're economically tied to the U.S., but now they're pushing back hard. Add Trump's rhetoric, like joking about redrawing borders or annexing Canada, and Mexico's concerns over U.S. military involvement against cartels, and you've got a recipe for serious tension. Here's the kicker. Canada and Mexico are America's biggest trading partners. If this escalates, it's not just about bourbon and wine. It could hit tourism, jobs, and more. And with wildfires already wreaking havoc in California, the economic pain could far outweigh any gains. So, is America First backfiring? Absolutely. This is a war where everyone loses. What do you think?
The Moore's son recently started kindergarten at Pflugerville Elementary. He's 5 years old and has autism, and on September 4th, they noticed he wasn't acting like himself after school.
He said, my hand hurts. I said, your hand? And he said, yes. I said, well, what's wrong with your hand? He said, she broke it. She bent it back. And he was gesturing like this. She bent it back. I said, who? Who bent it back? And he said, my teacher.
They took him to the hospital, doctors finding fractures on his ring and little fingers. CPS and Pflugerville ISD police starting their investigations. The Moores say their son had told another teacher his hand hurt.
No one gave him aid. Ice pack. No one took him to the nurse. No one called his parents. No one called us. So our child sat in school
for hours,
but most of the day with a broken hand.
He says in meetings the teacher claimed self-defense.
What I hear, self-defense. That's atrocious. That's egregious to even say. It's a lot of trauma.
He says their son doesn't want to sleep in his room and can't do much on his own because it's his dominant hand.
A TikToker has just been sentenced to almost 3 years in prison for telling Jesus to get a haircut. Ratu Thalisa is a transgender TikToker from Indonesia who roughly has 450,000 followers. In October last year, Ratu was on a live stream when a viewer commented, "Get a haircut to appear more masculine." In response to the person, Ratu held up a picture of Jesus and said, "You should not look like a woman. You should cut your hair so that you will look like his father," referring to the person who commented. Now, this sentence led to huge backlash, and 5 separate Christian groups filed complaints accusing Ratu of blasphemy and hate speech against Christianity. guilty. Fast forward to today in court, the TikToker was found guilty for spreading hatred under their online hate speech laws and subsequently was fined 100 million rupiah and sentenced to almost 3 years in prison. The court said that Ratu's comments could disrupt public order and religious harmony in the country, and then was charged for committing blasphemy. Human rights groups Amnesty International described it as a shocking attack on Ratu's freedom of expression. So the question is, what do you guys think? Was this decision fair or not?
This was the dramatic moment just a short time ago.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
Those 2 astronauts who spent 9 months in space after their 8-day mission was unexpectedly extended, finally touching down back here on Earth. The SpaceX Dragon capsule carrying Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore descending toward the landing zone. Parachutes deploying as the spacecraft splashed down safely off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. A recovery team pulling the capsule onto a rescue ship, emerging from that capsule, then placed on stretchers one at a time. Their long-awaited arrival marking the end of a nearly year-long stay at the International Space Station.
And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V.
The 2 astronauts launching into space back in early June, successfully completing the Boeing Starliner's first crewed flight. But that brief 8 to 10-day mission stretching into weeks.
They're working very hard on the ground to make sure that we will be able to come home before too long.
And then more than 9 months after NASA sent the Starliner back to Earth unmanned following a series of technical issues with the craft. NASA says they were never technically stranded, that they could have gotten them out in an emergency, and that they were waiting for this capsule to arrive. That unexpected space odyssey finally over.
Today, we're hearing from the families of 3 of the hundreds of migrants deported to El Salvador by the Trump administration in defiance of a court order. They say their loved ones are being wrongfully detained, and they only found out they were sent overseas. It shows some of the 238 men accused of being members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. But family members of these 3 men tell NBC News they are innocent, that they're unaffiliated with the gang, but were targeted because of their tattoos.
That case that we've been talking about, where an ICE official said that many of those deported to El Salvador don't have criminal records, but that he thinks that's just because they haven't spent enough time in the United States to commit a crime, but that they could later because of these alleged gang affiliations. The families we spoke to said not only were their loved ones not criminals who had no criminal record, they also think that they've been falsely connected to this gang. We should say the other mothers that we spoke to as well said that they didn't know where their sons were. In one case, I spoke to a woman, or heard from a woman whose son was taken in Irving, Texas. She thought he was going to be deported back to Venezuela. The last she heard from him, he was in an ICE detention center in Texas, saying he expected to go to Venezuela, where she lived. She thought she'd be seeing him again soon. When she didn't hear from him, she finally saw his picture surface through these videos.
Now to the urgent search for 3 family members missing following a trip to the Grand Canyon. Authorities say their GPS last shows them in a rented BMW traveling west on I-40, where multiple crashes and pileups were reported that day. They're now trying to determine if the family was involved in one of them.
Tonight, authorities in Arizona urgently searching for these 3 members of the same family, missing for over a week after visiting the Grand Canyon on vacation.
We spent 3 days searching. We've exhausted all the leads.
The South Korean consulate submitting a missing persons report for 33-year-old Yi Ji-an, 54-year-old Kim Jong-hee, and 59-year-old Kim Tae-hee. The mother, daughter, and aunt were last known to be driving a white BMW rental car to Las Vegas after leaving the Grand Canyon. Authorities say the car's last GPS data showing it westbound on Interstate 40 last Thursday. The same day, this fiery multi-vehicle accident took place on that highway, killing at least 2. Officials say it's not known whether the family's rental car was involved in the crash.
Pope Francis has appeared on his hospital balcony before being discharged following an extraordinary 5-week-long battle with double pneumonia. The pontiff was admitted to Rome's Gemelli Hospital on February 14th, having suffered a severe respiratory crisis at the Vatican. He was later diagnosed with pneumonia in both lungs and was said to be in critical condition several times as millions across the world prayed for his good health. The 88-year-old was finally discharged as hundreds of people gathered outside the hospital to catch a glimpse of Francis in what has become his first public appearance in 5 weeks. The leader of the Catholic Church spoke from a wheelchair on the 10th floor papal suite, simply saying,
Grazie a tutti e vedo questa signora
con i fiori gialli. Che brava.
Before bidding goodbye to hospital staff who have been caring for him since he fell sick. A car then arrived outside the hospital to transport the pontiff back to the Vatican.
And a Tufts University grad student is in ICE detention. Federal agents swarming in to arrest the woman outside her Massachusetts home wearing masks and plain clothes.
This is the moment federal agents in masks and hoodies detain Tufts University doctoral student Rumeysa Öztürk.
Where the police?
The Turkish national handcuffed and led away, one of at least a half dozen international students targeted in recent weeks after voicing support for Palestinians.
If ICE comes to your door, keep your door closed.
Overnight, more than 1,000 demonstrators protesting her arrest at Tufts. Öztürk's attorney said it appears the only thing she's being targeted for is her right to free speech. But the Department of Homeland Security accused her of engaging in activities in support of Hamas.
Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
Öztürk, a Fulbright scholar, co-wrote this op-ed criticizing Tufts for failing to recognize Palestinian genocide. Hamas is not mentioned.
She makes sure that she doesn't offend anyone, let alone, possibly incite violence. She's not that person. She's not aggressive.
An update on the Coldplay concert affair. This is Andy Byron, the CEO of the data company, astronomer, and Kristen Cabot, the chief people officer of the same company. Yep, they're both married. Not to each other, but it gets worse. Sitting directly next to them was Alyssa Stoddard, senior director of people at Astronomer, a newer hire who just got promoted, and based on her reaction, it was obvious that this was not a spontaneous, innocent outing. One thing is clear, the entire company might have known something was up. One user even wrote, "That's going to be one awkward board meeting, if not a couple divorces too." As for Andy's actual wife, she's moving swiftly. She's already removed his last name from her social profiles, deleted all their photos together, and gone completely silent, while her comments are flooded with messages of heartbreak and support. One of the top comments reads, "Sis, lawyer up. You deserve so much better." Meanwhile, Kristen's been wiped from Astronomer's About Us page in what some are calling a quiet internal response to the firestorm. It's unclear if Andy will follow, but this level of viral attention may force action. What Coldplay thought was just a cute fan cam moment has turned into a full-on HR disaster, with 20M plus views, a potential divorce, and an entire tech company dragged into public scandal.
The Astronomer CEO and head of HR caught having an affair at the Coldplay concert reminds me so much of the Ned Fulmer affair with Alex Herring, and the internet was so quick to identify them. Alex Byron, CEO, and Kristen Cabot, CPO, aka head of HR, were both married with kids. Both got caught on the Jumbotron, and whoever was in charge of the Jumbotron needs a raise. And can we talk about the employee that was with them? Apparently, she's also an employee at Astronomer who recently got promoted. So she obviously knows what's going on because she's there. But girl's gonna keep her mouth shut. And then this is them two at work together. And apparently Andy's wife has changed her last name back to her maiden name on Facebook. I just know this is the talk in the office right now. I would pay to be a fly on the wall in the office and in their Slack Teams channel. This is so messy. And it's the fact that Coldplay called them out for having an affair. Because he was like, oh, looks like they're having an affair. Or maybe they're just shy. Crazy how the universe works.
Iris is calling out Huda for mistreating her when she first entered the villa on Love Island, USA. This is absolutely insane. You guys need to hear what Iris said. So Iris was on Gabby Wendy's podcast, Long Winded, and she talked all about her experience on Love Island, USA. Now, Iris entered the villa right as Jeremiah and Huda were breaking up. And then she ended up recoupling with Jeremiah. Now, we saw Huda name call Iris when all of this was happening, but we obviously didn't know the extent of it because we're only shown so much. Well, Iris talked about this experience on the podcast, and it turns out a lot more happened behind the scenes. She said the only person who was nice to her when she first entered the villa was Amaya, and that she did not feel welcome by Huda at all. She felt like Huda was trying to paint her as a mean girl, and she felt really alone and isolated those first couple of days in the villa.
Clancy McLaughlin fights back tears as he talks about his 24-year-old daughter, Jessica. He tells us Jessica's assistant manager at a Hollywood 7-Eleven, Valeria Parra, brutally beat Jessica at work last week.
Yeah, she lost all oxygen to her brain for over 10 minutes, and she basically is declared brain dead now.
Clancy says the assistant manager would bully his daughter at work. And then last Tuesday, as his daughter was getting ready to leave work for the day, Valeria attacked his petite daughter.
And she sat on top of her chest while she was physically assaulting her. And at that time, Jessica got up and she said, call 911, I can't breathe. And then she collapsed.
Valeria apparently then fled.
But even before that, she was trying to go back into the back office and try to delete the video of the attack.
Police tell us they responded to the scene and are continuing to search for the attacker.
Not Austin throwing some major shade at his Love Island USA castmate Huda in one of his first interviews since leaving the villa. This is wild. You guys need to hear what Austin said. So Huda has truly been the main topic of conversation since Love Island USA Season 7 has ended. In pretty much every interview that the Islanders have done since leaving the villa, Huda's name has been brought up. And some of these Islanders don't have the nicest things to say about Huda. Which brings me to Austin, who just did his first major podcast since leaving the villa. Austin was on the BFFs podcast and he was asked how he feels about Huda. And he said a couple of things. He did start off by saying that he likes Huda a lot, but then he said she definitely twists up her words and she's a gossiper. And then he ended by saying that he doesn't think she's a malicious person, but she does need to figure some stuff out.
This morning, San Francisco residents are fed up after being kept up at night by driverless Waymo cars honking at each other through the night as they park.
I could not be more cranky today. Over the past 2 weeks, I've been woken up more times overnight than I have combined over 20 years.
Waymo says the vehicles automatically honk their horns when other cars get too close to them while reversing.
It'll be honk, honk, honk. Honk, honk, honk. It doesn't last very long. It only lasts like maybe 10, 15 seconds. But imagine if your alarm clock is going off for 10 or 15 seconds.
Sophia Tong has been running a 24-hour live stream, capturing the chaos.
When they all come back at once, they get into a traffic jam and they start honking at each other. It's so silly to think about, robots getting into traffic jams, but here we are.
Waymo says that while the feature has been working great in the city, they didn't anticipate it would happen so often in their own parking lots.
This just In-N-Out Burger president Lindsay Snyder is officially leaving California and relocating to Tennessee. The billionaire businesswoman says the decision comes down to two things: raising a family and that running a company in California has become too difficult. She made the announcement on a recent podcast, confirming that she and her family are moving to Franklin, Tennessee, where In-N-Out is building a brand new 100,000 square foot office. Snyder said, "There's a lot of great things about California, but raising a family is not easy here. Doing business is not easy here." The first In-N-Out restaurants in Tennessee are expected to open in 2026. My name is Matt Bogosian. I'm a local real estate agent here in the Nashville, Tennessee area. I keep up with news like this so you don't have to.
No wonder Jennifer Lopez only lets this male dancer kiss her body. This might be one of the reasons she's been divorced 4 times. At her Madrid concert, 55-year-old Jennifer Lopez delivered yet another rated R performance. Dressed in a tight bodysuit, she straddled a male dancer's shoulders as he lifted her high, with his face pressed right up against her private area. At one point, she lost her balance, and he quickly grabbed her waist. The two then spun together in an intimate, almost romantic way. The most shocking part? The look they shared at the end, full of heat, like it wasn't acting. Fans immediately recognized the guy. He's not just any dancer. He's Jennifer's longtime personal performer. Tall, hot, and always way too close. He's the only one allowed to touch her body freely, lean into her chest, wrap his arms around her waist. No boundaries. Some fans even suspect he might be the real reason behind her split from Ben Affleck. To top it off, Jennifer recently declared on tour, "I'm never getting married again." And people online were quick to comment, maybe it's not that she doesn't want to. Maybe no one can handle sharing her with that dancer 24/7. What do you think? Stage art or emotional affair?
It is haunting video of an 18-year-old making his first parachute jump while his mother watched. His chute never opened.
Tyler Turner was thrilled to go skydiving.
Fighting back nerves, the 18-year-old taped this video minutes before heading into the air.
My name is Tyler Turner.
What are you doing here?
I am going to jump out of a plane.
It's your first time.
First time indeed.
His mom, Francine, was there to see him off.
That's my mom over there. Hello. Very loving mom. Done a lot for me in my life.
Here he is as he makes the big jump. Tragically, the parachute never opened. Tyler plummeted 13,000 feet to his death, attached to his tandem instructor, who was not certified and was also killed.
I saw the ambulances and sheriffs and police, fire engine, all that stuff was in the distance, and I could see all the lights going. I thought, oh my gosh, my son is hurt.
Tyler had a bright future ahead of him. He was looking forward to starting college with a full scholarship.
Nearly 1,100 miles from Dallas in Lexington, North Carolina.
It was very stressful and scary.
Inside this locked shed,
heartbroken.
Police found this mom's 13-year-old daughter missing since March 1st, abducted and sexually assaulted, police say, by this man, 34-year-old Jorge Camacho.
We're hopeful to see her again, and thank God that was the case.
The teen last seen at these apartments in Dallas. Her mother, who we're just calling Estella to protect the teen's identity, immediately knew something was wrong when her daughter couldn't be found. But Estella knew her daughter was a gamer and decided to check her Discord, a popular messaging platform many in the gaming community use to chat with friends. In it, police and the FBI say they found messages from Camacho that were, quote, consistent with grooming and enticement. Estella tells us the teen met the 34-year-old while playing a game online. After police matched Camacho's car with one seen in security footage in Dallas near the apartments, they found the teen locked inside the shed, which has a mattress, a TV, and cabinets.
Like, that's where he stayed. Like, that was his place, like his room.
Others who live on the property say the shed was where Camacho lived, his, quote, room. They also say they didn't know the teen was here.
I'm sorry, did Travis Kelce just accidentally expose that he's engaged to Taylor Swift? I am freaking out. You guys need to see this. In case you guys missed it, Travis Kelce posted a ton of photos on social media of him and Taylor Swift together. He captioned the photos, had some adventures this off-season, keeping it 100. There are photos of him and Taylor in matching hats, hanging out with some friends in the snow, being so adorable together. You guys, these photos are unreal. But there is one photo in particular that everyone seems to be fixating on, and there is a good reason for that, you guys. So this is one of the photos that Travis posted. Looking at it off the bat, it looks like a relatively normal photo. However, a lot of eagle-eyed fans have zoomed in on Travis's lock screen photo. Is Taylor Swift showing off an engagement ring in this photo?
After robbing a Burger King for $2,000, he thought he would go to jail since witnesses reported him and he quickly got arrested. But after a judge sentenced him to 13 years in prison, when it was time to go to jail, no police came to get him. He didn't try to run away because he knew he deserved it, so he just nervously waited in his house expecting police to show up at any moment. But after a few weeks had passed, they never came, so he thought they may have just cleared his record. So over the next few years, he moved on with his life, completely forgetting about the incident. He got married, launched a construction company, and volunteered to help youth avoid making the same mistakes he made. But 13 years later, he was shocked when police suddenly arrived at his house to arrest him. It turns out, because of a technical issue, police thought he was in jail for the last 13 years. But when they went to release him, they realized he wasn't there, so they sent police to immediately arrest him. He was devastated when they told him he now had to spend 13 years in prison to serve his sentence. But when the judge saw that Michael had completely turned his life around and rehabilitated himself, he set him free with no jail time.
Sandra Woolston is the general manager of the Quality Inn in Galloway Township. She noticed something strange happening at the pool back in June, and she knew it wasn't algae.
And I saw it totally green, and I was like, oh wow, what is going on? So we saw a dye pack in the bottom of the pool, and we didn't know what it was.
They had the pool drained and cleaned, but she said it continued to happen about a dozen times over the course of the summer. Guests were disappointed each time, and it cost the hotel thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, in Absecon, police got a similar call from a homeowner in August.
We had a resident who was enjoying time in his pool and saw a drone flying over top, and the drone actually dropped something in his pool that made his pool turn green immediately.
The green stuff was sea dye, normally used by search and rescue teams, and it can be damaging to pools. On Friday, police say the drone was spotted over the Quality Inn again, and this time, with help from the FAA, the drone was tracked back to this business across the White Horse Pike.
I don't have anybody. My family's in Tennessee. Everything I got scarred.
In a heartbreaking incident, 93-year-old Juanita Fitzgerald was arrested after she refused to leave the nursing home she was living in after receiving an eviction notice. Fitzgerald is a resident of Franklin House, a residential community operated by National Church Residences, where she has been living since 2011. She allegedly stopped paying her rent because she didn't think she would live much longer. However, Fitzgerald claims that the facility refused to accept her payments. National Church Apartments said Fitzgerald had complained about mold in her apartment, but tests reportedly did not find mold. Despite numerous efforts by authorities and social service agencies to help her, Fitzgerald refused all offers of help, including from her family in Tennessee. When authorities attempted to carry out the eviction, the elderly woman put up a spirited resistance, saying, "I'm not going anywhere until you carry me out." Fitzgerald was then taken to jail, where she gave a moving interview saying, "I don't need any help. I've got all the help I need." What do you think of the 93-year-old inmate?
Tiffany Walker had only made 3 car payments on her new SUV, and now it's totaled. She wants Tomball Ford to pay for the damages, but the dealership says it's not responsible either.
This is her vehicle hours after she dropped it off at Tomball Ford for the first oil change and some warranty work. A total loss.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then I immediately became angry.
Tiffany says Tomball Ford employees told her while their mechanic was driving the vehicle during some repairs, another driver failed to yield the right-of-way, turning left in front of the mechanic, causing him to hit that vehicle. The police report supports that and assigns all blame to the other driver. The dealership is adamant the driver at fault's insurance, Allstate, should pay for the damage. But Allstate says its client is only 70% liable and the mechanic is 30% responsible, claiming he could have avoided hitting the other driver and suggested he was either speeding or distracted. Tomball Ford's general manager wouldn't talk with me on camera, but he told me it's an unfortunate incident, but the dealership is absolutely not at fault.
The dealership just instructed me that I needed to be in contact with Allstate, which is the other party's insurance, and that they were not going to help with any of that part of this, and they would not claim it on theirs.
A Louisiana Walmart employee by the name of Beth McGrath decided to quit, and she did it over the loudspeaker. Now, sometimes you come across a video that's just incredibly satisfying to watch, and that is the case with this video. Let's watch.
Attention Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
A Phillies fan was caught at a Yankees game doing indecent acts with the person that he was with. So they're out the stadium. They're watching the baseball game. And he is just nonchalant. Doesn't give a single Flying Dutchman about what's going on around him. And the fact that there's people in the seats above them to the point where this person's just recording. This whole thing go down, it is diabolical. You can't see the footage on here, but you can see it on this account on X. Just think it's absolutely insane that people don't have respect for themselves anymore. They don't have respect for the people around them. To think that you're not gonna get caught doing these things. I don't know why people think that. Others want to be subjected to witnessing your intimacy because no one wants to see that unless you're a freak. Certain things should be kept private and done privately, not with others around, especially not at a baseball game.
Girl, that octopus is trying to kill you, okay? In case you have not seen,
all of these videos coming out of the San Antonio Interactive Aquarium, there is a girl who keeps coming on this app and she keeps putting her arm, and she works there, she keeps putting her arm in the octopus tank to show how safe it is for kids, for toddlers to come. And that octopus is trying to take her inside. That octopus is 20,000 leagues under the seeing that bitch. And she's like laughing and it's like, you know, she's poisonous. She could bite me if she really wanted to. But come with your kids. Come with your family. This is a lawsuit waiting to happen, which is why I was like, oh, immediate follow. I need to know what's going on here. But literally, you're watching a grown adult fight this thing off, and it is a huge octopus. The next headline we're going to read about this place is it's like octopus kills bird, and they're going to be like, wow, that's crazy. And then it'll be like octopus kills 8.
They look like tired travelers waiting for a flight, but take a closer look. These people are actually homeless.
Well, since right now I'm completely broke, so not going anywhere, just hiding different parts of the airport.
Rebecca has lived here with her adult son and cat for almost a year. She says the airport is safer than the streets and overcrowded shelters.
I left Phoenix with $15,000. It goes quick.
The job and apartment she had lined up both fell through. Then she lost $3,500 in a rental scam. Broke, she landed at the airport, homeless. She uses the Wi-Fi at the airport to apply for jobs. She did get a job, ironically, here at the airport, doing what she did in Phoenix, pushing passengers in wheelchairs, but was fired a week later. She believes the company found out she was homeless. Since January, she has been living at a long-term hotel where she can now cook, shower, and finally sleep in a bed.
The complaints are piling up about these new shrinking garden hoses that you see for sale just about everywhere these days. They look so convenient in the commercials, but have you seen the reviews online?
David Kapp loves his garden but hates dealing with big, bulky hoses. So when he saw a commercial for the flexible hose, he got very interested.
The big attraction to me was no kinking, and she could pull the thing wherever she went. It was lightweight, and we could sprinkle to our heart's content.
So David ordered 2 of their longest hoses for a total of $86 with shipping. He says they expanded just like in the commercials, but the similarity ended there. He could not get them to run a sprinkler properly.
They don't work with sprinkler attachments. The water came out, but it was just that little...
But that wasn't the worst of it. After a few weeks, his other hose burst.
It's filling up the bowl, as you can see.
When he lifted it up, he was flooded by a cascade of water.
It's coming out the middle of the hose.
It appeared to have multiple holes. So David got online and found more than 200 complaints on Amazon.com about the flexible hose bursting or breaking in some way. We emailed the company twice and left a voicemail message, but received no response.
In Miami Gardens, some residents say a house on their block is operating more like a restaurant than a residence.
From the street, it looks like any other house on Northwest 1st Court in Miami Gardens, but neighbors who have asked not to be identified in fear of retaliation, bustling takeout business.
It could be in the morning, early morning. It could be around this time. It could be at night.
We spent several hours here and watched as person after person pulled up, walked into or around the side of the home, and left carrying food to go in bags.
It's just obvious.
I saw a big truck coming to bring her food.
In the back, there's what looks like a shed that's been turned into a makeshift kitchen, complete with several propane tanks, a commercial-sized fan. There are even several cocktail tables set up in the backyard. This is not permitted by Miami Gardens, isn't licensed, has no food safety inspection. A man arriving claims he's not a customer.
We complained to the city several times. Code compliance stopped by and they said there's nothing they can really do about it.
A new at 9, a Tulsa man posted on social media that he feels targeted by the city of Tulsa and neighbors after he got in trouble for city code violations. Matthew Parker owns this business, Parker's Mobile Mechanics. Matthew doesn't make his money charging his customers for fixing cars. He makes it by posting videos of the fixes to Facebook. So far, he's racked up nearly 2 million followers. He's even had followers donate cars so he can fix them and give them to people in need. Matthew says an April, the city told him about a code violation for a commercial vehicle and operating an illegal business out of his South Tulsa home.
We don't operate a legal business within our house. We don't do that at all. We're mobile mechanics, so we go to places.
I asked the city of Tulsa for an interview about this, and they told me no, due to staffing. But they did tell me in an email, with cars on jack stands, a large commercial truck, work happening on other people's vehicles in the driveway, and storing of inoperable vehicles waiting to be repaired in the driveway. Matthews says the truck was donated and not a customer's. He says when he realized there were city code problems, he took care of them by the city's deadline. Matthews talking about this wrapped truck when the city came back out and saw that truck.
This is 4-year-old Lane Luviano. She's the one that broke this case open in September when she snuck one of her Sleepy stickers out of the classroom.
She kind of pulled up her little shorts and said, "Mom, look, this is my sleeping sticker." And I was like, "The what?"
When Lane's mom, Lisa, saw the sticker, she thought it was strange and asked her daughter about it.
And the teacher gives it to you, where she put it?
On my eye.
And what's it look like?
Sleeping with a moon on it.
Lane's dad says he's known something was wrong since school first started.
They never notified the parents.
So Lisa took matters into her own hands. She reached out to the other parents in Lane's class, sent them pictures of the patch to see if their kids were getting the stickers too.
I showed it to my 4-year-old, and she said, yes, that's the Sleepy sticker. And if you read the ingredients on them, it has a lot of, it's just things I've never even heard of.
And they're giving them drugs to make them sleep, to keep them quiet.
Najala Abdullah tells us she'd noticed changes in her son, who told her he'd been getting the stickers too. She says he'd been crying, stopped eating, and was bringing home lunches that he hadn't touched.
Do you think it could be a crime?
Most definitely.
Yeah.